is up, y'all? I know it has been a while, but it feels good to be back. The good news is that I have heard from James, and we are going to continue to get more fun things set up. And I wish you all a very happy Labor Day. I am unfortunately have been running on Amy time, which means I am going to very quickly just shout out everyone. I hope you're all having a good night, and welcome to today's Theist Helpline. Yes, where we are indeed asking questions to theists and hoping that we get some sort of answers back. We welcome you all. Please don't forget to like, follow, subscribe, everything else that the TOS mandates. But also just sending love to everyone. Please hit that bell icon to all so we can say hello to you in chat, or at least show your name up in screen. I want to send love to quick shout outs to Chris and Dale and Rachel and James and davegar and Ian and Regos and everybody. And all right, I am going to do this quick because I want to join them and not miss any of it. What's up, davegar? Let's get ready to share screen. Oh, I forgot to also tag in the Skeptic and Ranting channel. All right, let's get into it and have some fun. I hope you're all having a wonderful time.
There we go. I brought her up. Good morning, Amy. How are you doing? Oh, 8 o'clock. I got to start this thing.
Good morning. Good morning.
I'm going to get things started. Okay, I'm starting this almost right away here.
In 2 seconds to spam everything, and then you'll be good to go.
Okay, yeah, leave the audio for me now. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us on September 1st, 2024. You are tuned in to the Theist Helpline. Your friendly and helpful hosts of the Theist Helpline are, in alphabetical order, Amy Newman, who is known for her trademark slogan, Sending Love, is a professional comedian and skeptic who hosts debates, interviews, and conversations on her YouTube channel. She also creates educational and other important content. IX is a Tom Unboxes subscriber and former atheist community of Discord admin who enjoys long walks through evolutionary, biology-inspired, computer science, archaeological, academic, biblical criticism, and so on. Jefferson Spatchcock is an atheist inquisitor and intellectual who has particular expertise in thoroughly analyzing and reviewing debates, often from the comfort of his genuine lazy-boy chair. Planet Peterson is a well-known author, educator, science communicator, and debater. Evolution and young Earth creationism are but two of his many specialties. I'm Randolph Richardson. I'm an atheist activist from British Columbia, Canada, and I advocate for the equality and normalization of people who don't believe in deities, which entails advocating for fair justice, freedom, and critical thinking. I'm also the founding president of the Canadian Atheist, the national organization that promotes atheism and agnosticism as culturally common aspects of Canadian society. Taco, the visionary organizer of the Theist Helpline, is the premier atheist presuppositional apologist, Pope of Evidism, and according to him, a really bad philosopher. I disagree with him on this, but that's my problem, I guess. Tom Jump is the founder of an atheist church called the Church of the Best Possible World, which is based on his model of objective morality. It has the goal of doing what Abrahamic churches should be doing, but are not, helping people by providing affordable housing. A noble goal indeed. So thank you very much for joining us. If you'd like to find out more about our hosts and about the Theist Helpline, we do have a website at www.theisthelpline.com. Also, a special thank you, just before we begin, to our sponsors, the Politics Discord, for providing this wonderful audience on this and this stage here on the Politics Discord, which is a famous Discord guild that has, I think, over 70,000 members or something like. Maybe it's more. I have to check, so don't take my word on that. Also, and so they've been providing this for years for us, and we're very happy with it. We really appreciate everybody tuning in. Also, another sponsor is the Canadian Atheists that I mentioned just a moment ago, that provides the website and email services for the Theist Helpline. If anybody would like to join us, just click the raise your hand button. I wish they had a different name for it, but I think you'll know what I mean. You can, and we'll gladly bring you up and be happy to discuss with you theological matters. Before we start, though, I guess I wondered if Amy or Taco had anything you wanted to announce or raise before we proceeded.
Just wanted to give a shout out to Taco, to continue to say that he is the successor for Darth Dawkins. I feel like he is the premier atheist presuppositional apologist, and this is gonna be the week, Randolph. This week we are going to have the argument that convinces us.
Maybe even today.
Maybe even today.
I do appreciate your optimism very much. Oh, by the way, Amy, recently somebody was trying to test out some arguments on another Discord channel, and they were asking about how they could put their ideas that involved some geological history into a form, and they're trying to form their argument and write a paper on it, and they wanted to go through some really good rigor, for scientific rigor. And I recommended your channel, and I said, look for Pat Lowinger and Amy Newman. They both be able to provide excellent feedback to you. And so hopefully they did tune in at some point. I promote your channel from time to time whenever I get the chance. It's great because you do. For people who don't know, Amy's YouTube channel, she often hosts live streams and brings on a lot of guests. It's a popular channel. People do join into it regularly, and there have been some fantastic discussions. I used to be a regular there, and I need to get back into doing that because I miss it. It's a wonderful community she's set up.
Thank you so much, Randolph, and we miss you.
I'm sorry about that. And a special hello to people in our YouTube audience. I see Captive Desk is there, and Maya Atkinson, who's one of our moderators, is a great help as well. These are very nice people who do tune in regularly to, I think, both of our channels. And also somebody named Bellywood is noting just before the stream started, oh, quality, that's my afternoon, evening sorted. That's fantastic. So really do appreciate the audience. Now, have you heard any interesting talking points recently coming from the theological communities?
I will continue to say that the two hot things, it was Kalam, and it's now moving over to contingency, and things that are necessary to exist. That's like the hot thing.
Yeah, things that are necessary to exist. I guess reality would be necessary, and as for human life, I guess planet Earth is necessary. But I have a feeling that's not quite what they're after, is it?
No, most of them believe for very personal reasons. However, that's not what they want to put forward, because if they say that God saved me in a car crash, not as convincing as let's talk about necessary beings.
Yeah, necessary beings. You know, it strikes me as interesting that they often will ask the why question before the how question. Like, how did the universe come to be instead of why? They prefer to have the why question coming first. The how question is more important, I think, because that's dealing with facts, and at least that's the direction it tries to take us. Whereas the question of why kind of implies some kind of intent, but of course they're thinking in terms of there's some kind of mind, some kind of thinking being of some sort, or maybe even multiple.
Yeah, and the how question is generally what science answers, because why questions are almost always endless. But when we have to ask how, then we have to go and find out.
Yes, yes. I'm wondering if anybody in the audience has anything they'd like to add to this conversation, or had some questions, or have an idea they'd like to put forward. Everybody's welcome to join us here. We're happy to bring one person at a time up on stage and consider whatever ideas you have. Usually, of course, we're focused on the ideas that theists bring, but we also welcome atheists to join us, and anybody else. So feel free.
Bigfoot stuff recently, guys. We would love some stuff on Bigfoot. Real talk.
Bigfoot? Yeah.
If any of you have seen Bigfoot, please raise your hand.
I saw a bumper sticker the other day, so it's starting to get more popular again, I think.
Then someone raises their hand.
Welcome, Abu Damdam. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. How are you today?
Yeah, Bigfoot was kind of gray. He was pretty chill. I liked him. He was nice. How you guys doing?
Doing good. He pays taxes.
No, he usually like either eats berries or children. Depends on the mood.
Children? Why children?
Killer can take.
He's out of berries. What's he gonna do?
Exactly. See, she gets it.
God damn it.
So what's going on, Abu?
Nothing much. I'm tired. I'm dead. All right, I'm gonna go now. Love you guys.
Well, thank you for that, Abu Damdam. That was interesting. So Bigfoot eats berries and apparently children, but he didn't specify it was human children, so hopefully it's not that.
Pulling up Ashawo.
Ashawo. How are you?
Hi,
We hope
that's funny.
we're pronouncing your name right. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
No, you're not pronouncing it right. It's Ashawo.
Ashawo. Ashawo.
With the accent. Ashawo.
Ashawo. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm trying my best. I hope I'm doing okay.
Mm-hmm. You did
So,
okay.
what's on your mind?
Short O.
I just got out of this oh, I'm sorry. I just got out of a 6-year relationship.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was this by your choice or somebody or the other person's?
I guess it was like, well, it was, I don't know. I would say like maybe it was his choice. I'd say mutual, but it was like for real his choice though.
He was the driving force behind it. Okay, yeah. Relationships are become very important centerpieces of our lives, as they should be, and sometimes they don't work out. Unfortunately, it's hard, especially when you really had strong feelings for the person and then you really loved them. So I guess, are you looking for some sort of advice?
I mean, yeah, I think that, I was with him since I was 16. And I was still with him after he graduated because, well, no, he wasn't in high school when I was in high school. He like graduated and I was still in high school. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, okay. So he was maybe a grade or two above you or something like that.
No, he wasn't in school at all. He already graduated when I was in high school.
Oh, okay. So he was an adult and you were 16?
Yeah, I was 16. I was a sophomore in high school, I think.
Okay, so I think I if you don't want to share something, don't. That's fine. I just like did he have a reason for wanting to break up with you?
I'm sorry, hold on.
It's okay. Man. Take a deep breath and get some water. You know, this may be.
Told me that he said that I was too old, and he said he wanted a girl who's like younger.
This is
Okay.
the troll. I'm sorry.
So yeah, the fact
Like,
that
I
he
wanna
was
feel sympathetic
already
for this person.
an
I
adult
generally-
and dating you at 16 is an indicator
Wait a
that
second.
it very likely was an unhealthy relationship to begin with. So it sounds like he's the one with the problem if he's focused on such superficial characteristics about a person. Like, you sound very nice. I think this a better way to look at this
And
is,
depending on the state, you may want to look into legal.
so yeah. We should get there too, but I just want to say, look at this as an opportunity to find. Sorry, look at this as an opportunity.
I love him.
Yeah, it takes time to get over something like this because these relationships become centerpieces of our lives. But I would suggest try to look at this as an opportunity to find somebody you can have a healthier relationship with, because this guy's obviously got some toxicity, and he's probably not going to be a good person to be with for the long term if he's only concerned with having somebody younger. That's where the problem is. That's a big red flag that it's probably not genuine on his part from the beginning anyway. I'm sorry to tell you that, but that's just the reality of it.
Also, the fact that he was breaking a crime and, you were a minor, and then he says that he wants someone younger, that is generally a red flag.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing
You
you
may
can get charged by the police and
may
go to
wanna-
jail for.
Yeah, you may want to look into laws for your local
No, I
state
don't want him to go
area.
to jail. I love him.
Okay, so he's made it pretty clear that he doesn't love you, unfortunately, and from what you're saying, it's you probably just need to take some time off and then find somebody else. Start looking elsewhere. You'll find somebody of better quality, higher caliber, who you'll have a better life with, I think. That's my opinion. You've asked for advice, and that's my suggestion to you.
That's very sweet. Thank you. Wait, I have a question.
Okay, great. Yeah, and best of luck to you with that. I think try to find somebody closer to your age too, if you can.
No, he was closer to my age, though. He wasn't that old. To me, it just didn't seem like it was that bad.
Okay, so you had a question. Go ahead.
Do you think that there's any way that I could do or say to get us
It's
back
either
together?
horrible and I should be completely sympathetic, or it's a really good troll.
I think he's already
I shouldn't say
demonstrated
really
that
good troll. That's giving too.
he's very
And I
superficial.
feel bad. I feel like I should
So,
interrupt Randolph. But Randolph is such a nice guy.
my
If
advice
true,
to
it
you
would be
is to
horrible
move
and
on.
horrific. But there's
It'll be hard, but you'll build character, and it'll be actually good for you in the long run.
Okay, I have another. I'm sorry. I'm holding up the line, I think. But
You don't have to apologize. What's your next question?
so I'm just turned 20. I'm going into the dating field and stuff like that, and I don't really know how to date or vet any guys.
Okay, no, it's
So I know that
100%
online,
troll.
I don't know about the bill thing. I don't know if I should be paying half of the bill, or should I pay for the bill, or if me and a guy end up living together, should I pay the bill and stuff? I don't know how that works.
Okay. So this is an easy thing to answer. So whoever asks the other one for the date pays for the date, or offers to split. The one that asks,
Okay.
right?
Okay, yeah,
But they should initially offer to pay, right? And then
yeah.
the housing, that's just housing. You'd be paying full housing if you weren't. So definitely split that.
What do you mean? We pay
If
rent?
you were
or-
by yourself, you would be paying rent.
right.
So definitely split that. Don't burden somebody with that, in my opinion.
Oh, so you're saying if I would prefer if I moved in with another guy, But if I do move in with him, you're saying it's best if I split the bill with him, split the rent with him.
Don't
Okay.
like they would be paying rent, obviously, but you would be too, right? And both of you will get a financial advantage from that.
Yeah, so
Okay.
when people are together, they'll typically both try to contribute to whatever the expenses are. So when it's just a date, it really depends. Like if somebody's when I met my wife, I paid the bill for things, and but I'm 51, so I'm much older. Right, we've been married for over 30 years now, and have kids. So it's
whoever asks. Real talk.
I think that I
it is,
don't.
but
I don't have an issue with what he said. I think it makes sense.
There isn't a hard and fast rule on it, and you kind of have to feel it out as well. But what Taco's saying about major expenses, definitely both people need to contribute. It can be equally, but if you're making extremely different wages, then there's adjustments that people will often make that way as well. So it becomes a number of factors you need to consider for that. And the concern, though, what I see with some couples who are very unhappy typically is they get right down to the nickels and the dimes, and they even count the pennies and try to really keep strict track of it.
Don't do that. Don't do that. That's bad juju.
I was just saying that's that kind of relationship usually doesn't look like a very good quality relationship. People are usually a little more easygoing with things and just try to make things work. And then it's just those ones work a lot better where people aren't counting the pennies and they're looking more at the bigger picture of the long-term expenses.
Last thing before I leave, thank you for the advice, by the way. You guys are really sweet and you're not mean, and you didn't really judge me when I told you my situation, and I appreciate that.
You're welcome. It's we're focused on what the issues are. Each person will handle things differently in their lives, and I would say the mark of a person's character you can tell by how they handle adversity. So you think about, are you dealing with adversity in the most healthy and intellectual way? Then that's probably an indication that your character is better. So think of it in those terms. How are you dealing with challenges in your life? Are you trying to meet them, meet the challenge and try to overcome it in a healthy way, or are you doing something in an unhealthy way? And if you're choosing the more healthy options on this, which can often be the more difficult choice to go with.
For realsies, davegar and Maya, I've been muting myself because I can't stop laughing.
Your own self-character, I mean.
How she frames
does that make sense?
And her
but do you think it was do you think it was my fault that he broke up with me? Like, it's not my fault. I'm not the one to blame because I did everything right. Like, I was such
what you say. It's okay. From what you said, he wants somebody younger. Exactly. That's a him problem, not a you problem. Right. Because whoever he selects in the future, he's already done this to you. The next person he selects will be young again, for sure, obviously, because that's what he's indicated to you that he wants. And at some point, he will be dissatisfied with them, and he'll do the same thing to them and the next person and the next person. There are people like this, unfortunately, in the world, and it's best to just stay away from them because you're extremely likely to not have a quality life with them. There are tons of people who are better than that.
Absolutely. And also, like, I know, like, I'm it's going to be hard for me to move on, and I understand that because he had literally like almost 6 years of my life, so of course it's going to be hard for me to move on from this. But I'm definitely from on.
You said you were 16 and he had you are okay. Because if true, like, we need to bring in a therapist before any of us continue, and a child therapist apparently.
Wait, I'm confused.
It's such a troll.
Yeah, so I would.
Anyway,
I think if you have the chance to talk to a therapist, that might be a good idea. But and there's nothing wrong with therapy, but sometimes people just need to.
He's so freaking nice. I don't
find something else. It's 6 years. Yeah, of course, there's a bit of regret there because this guy's finally showing his colors now. Again, that's him not being a good person. It's not you. You can't help it that you're getting older. I'm getting older too. I'm in denial of my aging. It's not working out as I'd hoped.
Yeah.
But I'm still in denial about it. So that's how it is.
Right. I wanted to say that, like, I'm gonna be moving on, and he's not gonna find anyone as me. I was the best thing he's ever had. I'm the one who planned his 37th birthday. I did that. I planned
Oh my
it
god, there's
all on my
no
own.
way.
Yep.
And
so
he told me that. Yeah,
You're
exactly.
You're the good person in this. So.
We are definitely not qualified to handle this, and you should definitely
Call the police.
Ask for help with professionals that are qualified to handle this.
Yeah, that's what I suggest. Well, yeah, or
I'm already 20 years old. It's not going to work. I can't call the police.
So, okay. I hope we've been helpful to you today. We do have other people in the audience who'd like to talk with us as well, but I hope we've at least been, it sounds like we have been somewhat helpful for you.
Yeah. How do I drop? Oh, okay, I see it.
Thank you very much for your time and for joining us. And I guess our next one is Abadam Dam. Welcome. How are you?
I just had one person for the girl. That is pedophilia. What the fuck did I just?
Okay. We'll pull up the next person. What's up, Reverse?
Yo, how's it going? How's everyone been?
Pretty good. How about you?
Good morning, Reverse Camus. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah. All right. So if I asked you if God existed, would the answer to that question be the same answer as the answer to this question?
Which question would that be?
The question that I just asked.
It's a paradox where you have to admit that God exists.
So if you're asking the same question twice, I would say it's going to be the same answer normally, right?
God only exists.
So you agree that God exists then?
God exists as a fiction within our brain and within our books. God is actually contingent on us. So if we were to cease to exist and the planet Earth that held our books were to cease to exist, then God would actually cease to exist.
Or the idea of a male deity would cease to exist, I would say. Reverse Camus, you seem to be making an assumption that we're believing that this God is real. I don't believe we answered that way to indicate that, have we?
Well, in my question, I guess it wasn't apparent. I meant capital G God.
Okay, so that's the name of, is that the name of a deity or a name of something else?
No, it's just to indicate the real thing, the actual source, not just something in your minds.
If I could just butt in for a second, Randolph, they try and pull this thing where the real God, the real G God, is the God, meaning our God. And then all the other gods are like this little G God. And so it's this way of making, in my opinion, no true Scotsman, but that's okay.
Yeah, but I believe that there's a source of all religions, that there's like a God that these people are communicating with, and they create these religions. So I don't quite fall into that trap where I say, oh, my God's better than your God because my God exists. I think that if you give something power, like, I don't know why, but it becomes real in a sense beyond, oh, it's just in my mind.
So you think there are innumerable false gods and every one of them was inspired by an actual god?
I think that it's interpretations of this source.
So you're telling me that the Hopi people came up with the legend of Spider-Woman versus Tawa because a god that is not a spider communicated with them?
I don't know about that legend. Like, I don't know a lot about these pagan myths, but like, if they're doing like rituals and it's not like just this folk story, possibly, like, or no, I don't know, like, how religions formed. I think that it's like God bringing itself into being, in a sense. Like, it starts out with, like, in Israel, how you had all the tribes, and they believed in different gods, but then one god asserted itself, and it just needed to become greater and greater. And they got closer and closer to what the actual god is. It's like bringing itself into being. Sorry.
Do you believe in a particular god, or you're just saying that, well, there has to be some sort of god out there?
Well, I'm a Baha'i, so I guess I believe in this source as being like the ultimate thing that creates everything. I guess in Hindu terms, you'd say Brahma, or like, I guess Hindus.
Well, the Hindus would say that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't know where we go with this. I mean, it sounds like you don't believe in anything in particular, so I don't even know what to ask you or talk about.
Yeah, it's kind of deist, which as it's been pointed out, that's kind of unfalsifiable. So not really.
It is
on it.
It is the Baha'i religion, which is kind of different from what people are used to with Christianity or Buddhism or Islam or something like that. Like, they're all different, right? So
Cool.
it's yeah.
Can I ask you, reverse? Do you believe in evolution?
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe in the Big Bang?
Of course.
Okay, so when you start to accept, the general theories of science, it does make it, at least less attractive to attack you, but also harder to prove your faith as well. So, yeah.
Yeah. One of the tenets of the religion is that there's a unity between religion and science, or whatever is scientifically said needs to conform to the religion. Like, because of that, they even have a progressive attitude towards trans people, because they're just like, oh, if you transition, yeah, we'll recognize that.
And that actually sounds pretty cool to me. But even with that being said, I'm still going to ask, is there a way that you think that you could be proven wrong? Not that, I'm actually, so once again, I'm really happy that not only is there liberal theists and secular theists, and the Baha'i faith is accepting of transgender people. I guess it always just keeps on, in a weird way, my skepticism has to be top level.
Yeah, I get that. Like, it's very hard to prove that something doesn't exist. And like, I told some stories about the spiritual stuff that happened to me that really convinced me. So I don't really think that like an external critique would really be able to do it. Like, you'd have to critique the internal logic, and like God's just so beyond the logic, because you have all these religions that are different. Like, I don't know how things work up there, so like, it's hard to critique it that way too.
Can I
so
ask...
I'm pretty locked into my position. Yeah, go.
Well, and that's interesting. You say locked in, and this is just an arbitrary, made-up bullshit number, but how convinced are you that there is a God?
Like, my immediate answer is 100% sure, but being logical, like, I want to be open to all possibilities. So I'm stuck between like 100% and trying to be more logical and going down to like 90.
Okay, I like that. Even 99, anything, because I always worry about I get worried when people say they're 100% sure of anything, because that means that they have like to me, a sense of confidence that is almost wanting to be pushed down.
Yeah.
But you said external and beyond. I wanted to know if there's any reason that the Baha'i faith gives you for why we're here at all. Why do you do it? Or she?
In my opinion, it's love. God just. I know there's like a lot of messed up stuff in the world, but like there's also a lot of beauty. There's like two people meeting and just creating a life together, and I think that if God didn't mean to do it, it's like this process of just two beings coming together that are so in love that they do anything for each other. And I like to think that that's the goal that God had, to create this sense of extreme love.
So
in the Baha'i religion, there is this idea that there's only one God and he's the source of all the religions. I'm wondering, how was it determined that there's only one and there wasn't, say, 2 or 3 or maybe 20 or 50 or whatever the number is that work together to make all of this happen?
Well, the way that I look at it is that there's one source, and like different gods can emanate from it, or I guess it's possible in the Gnostic sense, like other beings were formed from this source, and they aren't God per se, but they're higher than us, and that could be a possible explanation. But the real reason why I look at it that way is it comes from the Abrahamic traditions, and religions kind of, when they progress from another religion, they have to like take certain hard stances, like the Baha'i religion officially says that reincarnation doesn't exist, but I got a friend who said that he can remember his past lives.
Yeah, there are people who do that. It's kind of, I wonder about that.
Really?
The idea that there's no, I guess, there's supposed to be international unity is one of the ideals of Baha'i, as I understand it. Please feel free to correct. Okay, so I'm right on that. That's good. Just want to make sure I wasn't misunderstanding it. That's why I mentioned it. If that's the case, wouldn't it be better for the Baha'i religion to promote the idea of the other religions, not just the Abrahamic one, also being correct? Because when you say there's no, if you're saying it's Baha'i that states that there's no reincarnation, then of course that is disagreeing with Buddhism, which does favor reincarnation.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like that's not going to work toward international unity. It's going to be more of disagreement there.
Yeah. In my opinion, we just have to kind of let people follow their own paths. Like if they want to be a Buddhist, that's fine. If they want to come to a Baha'i meeting and learn about that, and that's also fine. You can actually be a Baha'i in other religions. But in terms of disagreements on reincarnation,
well, the other time I heard
think
that was in
even
Scientology, but okay.
the Baha'i faith doesn't capture everything about God or these metaphysical questions. It's just the dispensation of the time. Like Judaism didn't have the full picture, Christianity didn't have the full picture, and like from my experiences with learning about spirituality and religion, it captures it really close, but there's still going to be these things that it has to have an opinion on, or stuff that's just there for the time, if that makes sense.
Sure. Do you think Baha'i has the full picture?
Oh, well, like there are these things that I call men of further revelation, people who like describe God in even more accurate terms, like Ram Dass, Alan Watts. They didn't really form religions, but they really had the 411 on God, in my opinion.
Yeah, so it's interesting if you're saying that the Baha'i a person of another religion can also be Baha'i, and I've heard other Baha'i people say this as well. So it's not just you saying this. I know that. I'm just to be fair. So other religions, though, probably don't approve of that. I know Islam certainly doesn't, and Christianity certainly doesn't. You are that religion, not part of another one, and that's the only leeway that I find Christianity will give is that they'll be okay with Christians relying on multiple translations of the Bible. That's absolutely not allowed under Islam. There's only one Quran that's authoritative, and all the others are garbage, is the typical kind of explanation I get from Muslims. So I find that from a human rights standpoint, I think you're correct that people should be able to be part of multiple religions if they want to, but or none at all, or just one. It's up to them. But of course, the religions typically don't allow any leeway for that at all, especially the Abrahamic ones. So I'm wondering why Baha'i favors Abrahamic religions then in this case. Or is this just kind of a strategic attempt, do you think, maybe to try to push some positive change?
It could be part of the plan, but as you know, it came out of Islam in the Abrahamic tradition, so that was the form that it was going to take. Like someone who was raised under the Islamic ideals, like they're gonna have that influence what the religion is. If that answers your question.
I guess so. Yeah. Thank you very much. I guess Amy might have a little bit more to follow up with you. Thank you, Amy, for giving me a chance to interject here.
Oh, no, not at all. Thank you. I just wanted to continue to press, and once again, religion seems to naturally be a subject close to people's hearts. But if you were to wake up tomorrow and you knew that God didn't exist, how would your life be different?
I'd probably just stop doing the daily obligatory prayer and just live my life normally. Like, I was an atheist for most of my life. I just kind of go back to that. Like,
Okay.
I don't know, though. I may just continue to do this stuff out of habit in, like, a Feuerbachian way. Just invent it. Just continue saying it's real.
I'd just like to interject with something that came from our YouTube audience just now. Somebody had written that it was Henry Hansen. Thank you, or Hansen. Sorry, Henry Hansen had written, "You can't unite all religions," and then Deconverted Man wrote back, "You can if you rewrite them. So you can unite all religions if you rewrite them." What are your thoughts on that from the Baha'i perspective? I'm curious.
I don't think that you need to rewrite the religions. You can leave them the way that they were. And if you want to be a Baha'i, like, you just follow those traditions instead. Because I think that these religions, in a way, they weirdly resemble ceremonial magic the more you get into them. Because, like, the Jewish religion, Judaism, like, that heavily resembled ritual magic, the way that they were doing it. And with that, you like put your mind on a certain form, and that becomes what you worship. Shoot. I kind of lost track of where that's going.
Okay. I immediately thought, when you mentioned the ceremonial magic, I felt like that almost sounds like they're moving in on Wicca's territory.
I mean, it's not ceremonial magic, or Baha'i doesn't practice it to that extent. I'm just saying that there's a certain way that you worship. And it's very ceremonial with daily obligatory prayer, the mantra that you do, the fast. Like it's to a lesser extent, like with Wicca, they're like doing sigils. I think like that's really into it, and I don't know. I don't know enough about Wicca. I'm wary of stuff like that.
Well, I can tell you, like, I know a little bit about it because I've worked with people who are Wiccans and they've talked about it, and I've done some research into it as well. But what I noticed, like, one thing that really stood out to me that I thought was a good thing from it, and I'm not trying to praise, I'm not trying to promote any particular religion here, but yeah, this point was the one lady was telling me that one of the most important ideals that they try to adhere to is if, for example, they were to cut down, a member was to cut down a tree, the idea is that you plant 2 more in its place. So you try to give back a little more than you've taken from the earth as much as possible. Does Baha'i have these kinds of ideals as well?
I don't think to that extent. Like one of the tenets that I think you actually told me was like in equilibrium between industry and nature. So I think that kind of covers it. But they'd encourage you to make the world a better place. So while it's not explicitly stated, I think that part of a Baha'i duty would be doing something like that, like encouraging that within the community would be amazing. And I'm sure that the administration would go along with it super well.
Have you considered perhaps suggesting it to the administration and see if they can make adaptations to Baha'i to make it better?
Yeah.
Let us know how that goes. Let us know how that goes. It'll be very interesting to know what response you get from them.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't go explicitly against something that was set in stone by Baha'u'llah. Like it should be pretty easy to change or like come up with little programs that we can do to make the community better.
Yeah, make the world better. Okay, thank you very much, Reverse Camus.
This
was interesting.
Yeah, I like this show, but have a good day.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that. I appreciate you coming on.
Thank you.
I think we had. Did you have any thoughts on that, Amy or Planet Peterson?
No. And I'll just send love back to the person that was on. I'll continue to say,
Camus. Yeah,
I like liberal, secular, who I jokingly, lovingly call the sane theists. Clearly, what we want to do is get them over that fence, but it is just much easier to live with them within society. So both of those things are true.
cool. Yeah, and I remember MSH Crayley. I'm not sure how they pronounce it. Did have an interest in joining our stage a moment ago. I've invited them up, but if they don't want to join now, that's okay. If anybody else, there's somebody else. Okay, hang on. It was
saw Shar first.
Yeah, I think Shar had before. Okay, hello, Shar. Shar, did you join us? I guess not. I guess the next one would be Helen Hindu. Helen Hindu. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. I hope you're doing well. What's on your mind?
Yes, so is this a discussion about proving God or whatever exists?
We welcome that. Please feel free to tell us if you can prove a god and which god it is, or if it's a goddess or multiple. I notice you have Hindu in your name. I'm wondering if it's Hinduism or something else.
Yeah, so for me personally, I'm more of a pantheist. So I think that some aspect of the universe is divine. So the Hindus would call that Brahman. And the individual soul that's trapped sort of within a material form is what you would call Atman. But yeah, so the best analogy I can use for that would be radio waves. Like with the radio waves, they don't have an atomic structure, so you can't sense them with any of your sense perception. Like you can't see them, smell them, taste them, touch them, or hear them, but they exist all around you. And so they're immaterial in form. They're made of light photons, but they don't have an atomic structure. So no protons, neutrons, or electrons. They don't have any mass, and they can penetrate. And they can, yeah.
I do need to interject. I don't believe that radio waves are made of photons. Did you mean something different?
You can Google this. They're on the electromagnetic spectrum, and yes, they are made of light photons. And they can phase through physical objects like it's nothing. And so you can think of Brahman as sort of like radio waves. It's all around you. You can't sense it. It's immaterial in form. And you can think of, so you use the analogy of a satellite. It's made of a material like metal, and it can attract radio waves within it. You can think of Atman as the, so you think of a fetus that's developing inside the womb of a mother. It develops a brain, and that brain can sort of act like a satellite that attracts Brahman, this eternal consciousness that's all around us. Where it stays in the organism until it grows old and dies, until it goes back to being Brahman again. And then that relates the whole reincarnation cycle of life, death, and then rebirth and stuff. So the Hindus believed essentially that all beings, all living conscious beings, they're just incarnations of this Brahman, this consciousness, divine consciousness that's immaterial in form, like radio waves. And I've spoken to some atheists, and they will often be quick to point out that radio waves have a physical effect in the universe, But for me, I would distinguish that between the form and the effect. So the form of radio waves is immaterial because it doesn't have an atomic structure, but it does have a physical effect on the universe, on the material world, like our devices that we're using right now. And in the same way, I would say that Brahman is the same thing. It's immaterial in form, and it has a physical effect on material beings in that it produces consciousness in us. And that, and there's another aspect of Hindu philosophy where they believe that we often construct sort of our identities, our egos around this material body. So, for example, like me and the people in this room, we're all different skin colors, we're all different races, different ages, different heights. And so we all construct these artificial identities based on these material bodies, when in essence, according to Hindu philosophy, we're all made of the same immaterial consciousness, which they call Brahman. So after we die, we all go back to being Brahman. And so we have this illusion of separateness when we're essentially all the same being. And this applies to all creatures. And for me,
I understand Brahman is the highest principle in the universe that pervades all of existence. And the Hinduism does, as far as I know, break it into three phases. For the universe, they break into three phases. You got creation, which comes from Brahma, which you've been referring to quite a lot here. But we're beyond that now. We're in the preservation stage, which comes from Vishnu. And then eventually we're going to end with destruction from Shiva, but we're not there yet, although we seem to be heading that way if you look at US elections and coming up. But preservation's where we're at now with Vishnu, and I guess that. What does that mean for Brahman? Is Brahman just kind of like taking a break from all of this now, or is Brahman still active and involved with everybody?
Yeah, so that's more to do with Hindu mythology. So to do with the reincarnations of Brahman, or I'm talking more about the philosophical concept of Brahman and Atman. So Brahman is just, if you look up the definition,
This is
it's
totally
like
a
the
Marvel movie. I
eternal,
stand by it.
immaterial sort of divine consciousness that's all around us, sort of like radio waves. It's formless, so it doesn't really have a form. And
Tasteless,
you know,
odorless.
it gets,
You can take
when
it
a
during
fetus
the
is being
nighttime.
born in the womb of the mother and it has a brain, that acts as a satellite that attracts this
Being
Brahman
developed.
energy.
That would be being developed in the womb. That's birth finalizes that. Yeah.
Yeah, and so essentially our consciousness, like my consciousness, your consciousness, it comes from the same source. According to Hindus, it's the same thing. It's the same phenomena. It's the same Brahman. So essentially we are the same being. But we are trapped within these material bodies until obviously this organism, which is our bodies, dies out. We return back to being Brahman, and then they also believe in higher beings, so gods with the lowercase g.
Before
So, like,
we go on to that, can I actually push back on the concept of Brahman?
Sure.
So I have, I would say, an issue with it being tied to consciousness. I don't think that this is where consciousness comes from, and so I'd be interested to know why you do and why you think that there is consciousnesses that are non-animal.
Sure. I mean, the modern sort of scientific, I would call it more like a bias or dogma, is sort of against any notions of dualism, because dualism is largely a religious conception, and science is pretty much biased against religion in a like very strong way.
Whoa! Hang on. To say science is biased against religion is actually a falsehood, because science works in a way that it's impartial. And so that's the whole one of the major fundamental thing. That's one of the fundamental aspects of science, is that it is impartial. It is not uncommon for a lot of religious people to say the science is telling us that this is different than what the religion claims. Science is working with evidence in an impartial way. It doesn't really it doesn't care what the outcome is, just as long as it's consistent with the facts. And so I've heard other religious people say that science is biased to religion. I see no evidence of the bias there. So I'd be very interested to know what, if you could provide an example of how science is biased toward religion, because that'd be interesting.
Sure. So for me, it's to do with science being largely the study of material phenomena, and religion being more concerned with the immaterial. And what I mean by that is sort of like psychedelic substances. When people take them, they see things, hallucinate, have spiritual experiences, and they essentially report seeing things that aren't there. And it's more to do with phenomenology and qualia, like subjective experiences. And the problem with that from a sort of scientific or an objective perspective is, like, you can't put a camera on psychedelics and then record the footage. It can only be accessed through the brain of an organism. With us would be human consciousness. And so human consciousness is largely a subjective thing. So the way that, that I experience the world is very different to another person's, because we have different brains, we have different genetics.
But can I pause you for a second on psychedelics? Because even if we had a camera that could see into our minds when we were seeing a psychedelic, that would not mean the phenomena is true. I had a DMT trip where I felt like it was 50 years in a cabin, and then I came back home and it turned out it was 10 minutes. That does not mean I lived 50 years in a cabin.
Well, if you think about the dimensions, right? So we live in 3 dimensions, but hypothetically there are higher dimensions. 4th dimension, they say it's time itself. 5th dimension, it's sort of simultaneous, like past, present, and future all simultaneous together. So if you hypothesize about there being higher dimensions, which is probably likely, then if consciousness, which I think is an immaterial phenomena, like radio waves, I think it's a source of light energy, like so in the same way the wave functions that you have on the electromagnetic spectrum, with radio waves being the shortest and sort of I think it's gamma rays being the largest. Probabilistically, there's probably more to that spectrum that we don't have the current technology to discover. Sort of like gravitational waves. There used to be a hypothesis, but then scientists invented the technology to actually discover them. Similarly, I think consciousness may be on the electromagnetic spectrum. It's just that science hasn't funded that research to inquire deeper into electromagnetism and sort of broaden out the scope.
We don't need magnetism, though. We have, I half agree with you, it is in the electrochemical. We have things called neurons, and these neurons, while being cells, just like any other cell in our body, the one difference being they require 10 times more energy because they're greedy. But besides that, they are cells living their best lives, and they just send messages as neurons, and those messages firing through that channel in our brain gives us thoughts.
But neurons are the carriers of, electrons and protons and neutrons. So these are atomic structures, in the brain.
When you put it like that, that's everything. Everything can be broken down to those things.
Sure. But that's a sort of a monist view that consciousness is an emergent property of the brain. I'm arguing the opposite, that it's not, that it's an immaterial.
I completely agree. We are arguing from completely. I think the universe does not give two about consciousness. You can see that just from the universe itself so far. It took billions of years just to get stars, and then it took billions of years just to get heavy elements after that, and then we took billions of years to finally have this life that we now call conscious. It's literally only one branch, animals. Fungi don't need it. Plants don't seem to need it. And the entirety, half of life, single-celled organisms, they're like, don't seem that important. But to us, we're like, oh my goodness, how could the universe have been without this one mechanism that I use? And it's so important to me too. It is, just not to life or the universe.
Yeah, so with plants, I would still argue that they're probably not conscious in the same way we are, because we have a brain and a neuronal structure. They're probably sentient in other ways, because they still sense things, and they still have senses. So I would argue that even single cellular organisms have a type of, I would call it Brahman, that keeps them alive. And I think with more complex organisms, developed immune systems and brains, that consciousness is more like vivid, because we can experience through various different senses. For me, I just think science largely has a strong bias towards a materialistic explanation for the origins of consciousness. They make the assumption that it's a emergent property of the brain, whereas I don't necessarily think it is. I think if you look at the sun, right?
Well,
the sun is the source of most of the energy.
You're
that
about
we
to
have.
give an example, but I feel like you're not being truthful in what you just said. Okay, imagine you were losing consciousness. Imagine you were either passing out or having seizures. What type of doctor are you going to go to?
Sure, I can understand that the hardware properties of the material brain can affect the states of consciousness, sort of like hardware determines software kind of thing. I can totally understand that but I'm not talking about the effect of consciousness while it's still within material form. I'm rather talking about its origins, where it comes from. Science will say that it's an emergent property of the brain. That's a very materialistic, monist explanation. I don't believe that. I feel like its origins are immaterial, like a source of light energy that's possibly on the electromagnetic spectrum that just hasn't been discovered yet. And so that's my sort of hypothesis, and that's essentially what the Hindus believe too.
If it was part of the electromagnetic spectrum, then it would be physical.
Yeah, I've heard this argument. So I make the distinction between form and effect. If you think of radio waves, their form is immaterial because they don't have an atomic structure. They don't have any mass. But their effect on the material world is physical. So by form, they're immaterial, but they have a physical effect on the world, on the material world, because they're all around you right now. You can't sense them, but we are thousands of miles away from each other, and and through the use of radio waves, we're able to hear each other, which is quite amazing. And I think Brahman, or you can call it this consciousness wave function, or whatever you want to call it, I think it's a source of light energy in the same way radio waves, and it's much more powerful because it's the source of all life on Earth, and yeah, that's what I believe, and I think science can to so if science sort of continues just to focus on materialistic explanations for the origins of consciousness, I don't think it will get very far. I think if they broaden their search to more immaterial explanations like the electromagnetic spectrum, which is another form of energy, they could potentially find the answer.
Could we agree that the universe is 13.8 billion years old?
Yes, I do.
All right. And that the Earth is 4.5 billion?
Sure.
And that really the first multicellular creatures just started being here like 2 billion years ago.
Sure. Yeah.
All
I agree with that.
So, like consciousness, as far as we're concerned, within the past 2 billion years, what was Brahman doing the other billions of years?
So, if you think of the Earth, it's located in I think it's called a Goldilocks zone, a habitable zone where it's not too far from the sun, where it's too cold. It's not too close to the sun, where it's too hot. It's right where it needs to be for there to be a nice temperature, for there to be an ocean and a land mass, and then
it sounds like you're referring to kind of fine-tuning arguments that are often made by Christian apologists.
Not necessarily. I'm not saying it's completely random chance. For me, it's like you have the law of physics, you got the laws of thermodynamics. I think there is a law of balance or harmony, which does, or a law of order in the universe that does sort of make itself apparent. And I think the Earth is in that situation where it has a single source of energy, and then it has a single moon that acts as a decent gravitational force.
Okay, so you do realize that our primary source of light, the sun, does give us cancer, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And,
so when these people are talking about, like the fine-tuning people are talking about similar kind of arguments that you're putting forward, that everything's perfectly here for humanity, like this is kind of a fallacy, the consequence, because life will develop on in an environment that can feed it. It's like where it can grow from, where it can emerge from, and the vast majority of the universe, let alone our whole solar system, is actually hostile to life. In fact, most of the planet Earth is hostile to life. We can't live buried in dirt, for example, or we can't live below water unless we have special technology to help us with these things. But we first have to invent these. So this doesn't come naturally per se. So, you know, the fact that life has survived here and grown is actually quite amazing. So it's like we're against all odds. But when we look back in evolution, we see that what we can see is that a lot of different forms of life have become extinct over time. So it's actually not a very efficient system. It works. It's got us to here, but it's highly inefficient. This doesn't sound to me like ideal situation for the emergence of life. It's just life happens to thrived and beat the odds, so to speak.
Sure. For me, it's just to do with the planet and its conditions. So, like I said, it's in a Goldilocks zone, and it has all the necessary ingredients like nitrogen, carbon, oxygen to create life, single cellular organisms, and then
surface,
that sort of
basically on the surface. Yeah, maybe a few feet under, but mostly just on the surface. Yeah.
Yeah, so the ingredients are there, is what I'm saying, and the necessary conditions and the ingredients are there. Whether that's totally by random chance, or there is sort of like you have a law of physics, a law of thermodynamics, laws of gravity. There is possibly a law of balance or harmony. It's what the Taoists believe in the Tao. So for them, there's the states of yin and yang, and then the Tao is what sort of harmonizes the two. I would call that the sort of the law of harmony or balance. There is something probably to that effect that exists within the universe that causes order, like within our solar system, for example. And there is possibly other Earth-like planets that exist, you know, that we haven't yet discovered yet, that have the same sort of ideal conditions for there to emerge life on Earth, or life on those planets where they have a Goldilocks zone, where they have the necessary ingredients like carbon, oxygen, nitrogen.
See,
those,
you're just pushing it back. You're just saying, well, maybe we weren't the first life. It's true. Okay. It could have been after the first tier 1 stars, because there was just hydrogen, helium, and a little bit of lithium. Unless life can form from just those 3 chemicals, which I'm very skeptical of, then, okay, tier 2, we have carbon. Maybe there's other life forms out there in the universe that form before us. But still, what is it about consciousness? Or is this just the thing that makes up everything? Is Brahman just the go-to for consciousness, but it actually makes us digest, and it makes our body heal, and it's all these things?
Yeah, it's I mean, I always go back to radio waves because they are immaterial in form, but they have a physical effect on the material world, like our devices right now, you know, transmitting this information through radio waves. And I think Brahman is similar. It's immaterial in form. It's a form of energy like radio waves, and it has a physical effect on the material world being living creatures, beings, organisms. And I don't think it's too far-fetched to assume that. And I think if more funding was done towards that hypothesis of the more dualistic explanation regarding, you know, electromagnetism as the source of consciousness, I think maybe we'd get closer to the answer, possibly.
But
But
I don't
yes.
know where we would get, like, I'd be open to electromagnetism. However, generally speaking, when people start talking about magnets and frequencies, it means that it doesn't come from a scientific background. That's not always the case. I'm open to it being true, but I think all of the evidence is pointing towards a natural empirical means that we can verify consciousness. When people have problems with their brains, with consciousness, sentience, they go to a neurologist. And they go to that because it wasn't always the case, but now we know that it is not spirits inhibiting people to give them seizures. We know that it's a neurological disorder. We know that there are certain prescriptions that we can offer people that will help treat it. And I would say if you want to offer a dualistic approach, the way to get science on board is to go do some sort of experiment where you can prove that there's something you can show here and win people on board.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. For me, I'm just taking it on faith and intuition that
There we go.
consciousness is a form of light energy. I would concede that for sure. But I'm just making the argument that science, the scientific establishment, is very adamant on finding a materialistic, monist explanation for the origins of consciousness. And, you know, they have this sort of sole focus on it being an emergent property of the brain. And I don't think just looking at materialistic monist explanations is helpful. I think they should branch their scope out to more immaterial explanations in terms of immaterial forms of energy like electromagnetism. I think if they did that, they would be much closer to hopefully sort of finding the truth. And you know, you don't even have to go by like faith or intuition. You can just go by probability. The current electromagnetic spectrum that's been discovered from radio waves, which have the smallest wave functions, and gamma waves, which have the largest wave functions, probabilistically, there's probably more to it. Just from a probability standpoint, there are probably wave functions larger than gamma rays or smaller than radio waves. It's just that we haven't developed the technology to discover them. And so just going purely by probability, if there is more to that spectrum, then, you know, probabilistically, consciousness or Brahman could be there, could be a form of light energy. And, you know, if you look at most religious traditions, they often portray the mind or the soul or consciousness as a light, as a form of light. And when it's extinguished, that's death, it's darkness, you know. And I think that sort of understanding of consciousness is, for me at least, it just makes the most sense rather than it just being an emergent property of a materialistic brain, you know. I feel like there's more to it than that.
I do not understand why you do. I feel like it is very anchored at this point in the empirical sense, and I will not continue to pushing back. Like I said, thank you for even, you know, discussing this with us. But, you know, it's a Christopher Hitchens point, but if we look at what religion has offered us in the past 1,000 years, and we look at what science has offered us, even within just the past 100, I think I know which one I'm going with.
Yeah, I agree with that. In terms of discovery, understanding the objective world, that's for sure. But I think the scientific establishment has a heavy bias against religious explanations. And I'm not saying that the Hindus got it like 100% correct, but, you know, the thought should be entertained, and funding should go into that area. And the scientific establishment shouldn't just focus solely on materialistic monist explanations. I think they should branch out. It could be more helpful. Hypothetically, what if it's actually true? Hypothetically.
Can I bounce off a point that Randolph brought up earlier? I'll actually go even a little bit stronger. I think that although science, empirical means may now have a bias, there is no bias to who can do science, as in anyone can put on a lab coat and try and to probe and test, experiment, create hypotheses, collect data, and then eventually publish those results. The difference is that generally when they put those lab coats on, the religion tends to shed, and it doesn't need to. There could be a Christian scientist that goes into the lab tomorrow and shows us Jesus in a test tube. I don't know how, but they could. I feel
And-
like
and-
anyone could.
And one of the important things about science is that anybody could bring it up because science focuses on the argument, not their authority, not what credentials they have. Like they will pay more credence to people with credentials, of course, because they've obviously studied the subject. But if they were to produce a paper that made sense, it'll get looked at. And science had to start somewhere. All the scientific research had to start somewhere, after all. And so, yeah, the point is, like, if their argument made sense, actually provided the evidence, they're actually able to do the work and show it, and all this, and people were able to reproduce it in their own experiments, then it wouldn't matter what their credentials are. It would be fine.
Sure, I agree with that. I'm just making the argument that science should branch out its research parameters when it comes to the origins of consciousness, rather than just solely looking for materialistic monist explanations. That's all I'm arguing. And I think it's a scientific quality to question everything. To have this dogmatic assertion that it has to be materialistic, it has to be an emergent property, I think that's largely an unscientific claim. Like, you can't just dogmatically put that. You know,
your point about questioning everything is literally correct. Like, just because something's been established as fact, if some new evidence came along, then that disproved that fact. Science is going with the new evidence. That's how it is. What we typically see with religions is, if there's new evidence, the religion still stays in place. People still believe the old ideas, and they just find different ways to try to explain it and make it fit. The God of the Gap stuff, right?
Yeah, and when I was bringing up the Hindu philosophical concept of Brahman and Atman, well, the Hindus, same with the ancient Greek schools of thought. Like, the ancient Greeks were centered around the concept of logos, of logic, of reason. That's where they developed all their schools of thought, like Stoicism and various other schools. And they did not get that from a divine authority. Largely, they got that from just using logic and reason. And I believe that the Hindu philosophers, at least initially, were centered more on logic and reason, but over time they became more mythological, and they mythologized Brahman and made it into different gods, like reincarnation, like Ganesha, or Hanuman, like the elephant and the monkey god, and all the other stuff. And they
pretty cool looking stuff, by the way.
Yeah, they mythologized too much later on, but I believe that initially the original Hindus that came up with those concepts, like Brahman and Atman, they were very similar to the Greek schools of thought, where it's just logic and reason that they were primarily using. But over time, they just became more sort of mythological, so to speak. But yeah, so I think the concept of Brahman and it shouldn't be dismissed as just religious woo nonsense. I think it should be taken seriously. And I think it could well be. There could well be some truth to it, that science is.
To be fair, Hinduism does have some history of having a pretty good estimate on the size of the Earth, or the age of the universe, or something. Or the age of the Earth. I don't quite remember what it was, but somehow they got the number very, very close, and it was kind of like, wow, this is impressive, because this isn't always the case. It could just be a lucky guess, but people are suspecting that likely somebody did some actual calculations and actually figured something out.
But I would also just continue, once again, you sound like a lovely person, but that you did say that you suspect that the consciousness is non-physical because of faith. That is not my reason for why I think consciousness is a natural phenomenon. I think that there's good physical evidence for that. I think that it could be proven from a scholarly and expert, a medical way. I think it could be proved very easy with a lay person. I mean, once again, if you hurt your head and you are just losing consciousness, we're going to take you to the ER. They are not going to inspect your bladder. There's a good reason for why we think that neurology is where most of the answers are going to come from. There's actually other reasons that could affect your consciousness. It could be things in your diet. It could be something that is a chemical imbalance. But generally speaking, the brain seems to be tied to both consciousness and sentience. One more thing, I know you want to respond. I continue to say science is not close to these things. I think the reason that consciousness is not seen from a dualistic approach in science is because the data has not led us there. And I don't think it's a conspiracy. I don't think that they're biased towards it. I think if there was good data, at least this is my bet towards you, that if there was good data for it, they would come forth and say, this is what it is, because it would go from alternative medicine to medicine. And now I'll stop blabbing. Over to you.
Yeah, so I would disagree there. I think dualism has always been the default position from religion.
From
and
religion.
I think, yeah, from most religions around the world, religion was the authority. Like you had the Catholic Church in Europe, and then various other religious traditions all over the world who were largely dualist. So religion was the default position.
Okay, before you go down this line, you know this is really not going to convince anyone here, right? You're talking to atheists.
We're not making the claim from divine authority. That's not what I'm doing. I'm just making the assumption that for thousands of years, dualism was the default assumption all over the world. And then when the scientific method was established in Europe, and then it became a thing, science was largely a backlash to religious assumptions. And I think the dualist assumption, because of how prevalent it was, science felt the need to contradict it or have a bias against it as much as possible, which is sort of like understandable, because religion didn't get a lot of things wrong. But I'm just making the assumption that perhaps that one aspect of religion could be right, and science should not be quick to easily dismiss it as an explanation. And another important thing is...
No. Before you go on, for thousands of years, just an analogy, for thousands of years, we did think that the world was flat. They actually knew long ago that it wasn't, but the Christians gained control. And for thousands of years, they thought it was flat. And then science came along, and they realized that it was round.
Yeah, I agree. Science has made groundbreaking discoveries, like the heliocentric model where, they used to think the Earth was the center. Now they know it's the sun, etc. I'm not dissing science. I'm just saying that it makes sense to me why they would have a bias against religious positions, because religion's got a lot of things wrong.
So you know, that's not a bias against religion. That's science not accepting the claims that happen to be put forward by religion. So those are very different things.
Yeah, and I agree with that. But so I wanted to relate it to the fun fact that our brains naturally produce DMT right before we die. And you've hallucinated DMT.
And made it to Joe Rogan.
For me, that sort of seems like
then again, I said
like we've evolved that mechanism to release that chemical in the brain to transition us from this material world to this maybe immaterial afterlife. No. It's sort of strange and fascinating at the same time that we naturally secrete that chemical just before we die. That sort of, to me at least, it sort of confirms my suspicion that consciousness may well be an immaterial phenomena that exists.
Reframe that as we're dying, we can sometimes trip balls. I don't understand why that would make it a supernatural or higher power that a brain malfunctioning, in fact breaking down, is going to release the chemicals within it, some of those chemicals being ones that are going to affect our consciousness.
Sure, but you've had a DMT experience yourself, so you said you felt your consciousness leaving your body to some other realm, right? And that you lived there for
about another
long.
realm, but I hallucinated, yes.
Sure, but you felt, yeah. So I've spoken to people who have not just taken DMT, but even stronger, powerful psychedelics like salvia, and they report like really crazy shit, like
Salvia,
literally
sure.
being
I've had
transported.
salvia before, but I have that type of experience. Okay, if they did, that's cool.
Yeah, salvia is apparently like way stronger than DMT. This is not even a question. But yeah, so the fact that we secrete that hormone just before death, it sort of confirms my sort of suspicion that maybe consciousness may be an immaterial phenomena like radio waves.
But why? It's even releasing a chemical, and you're somehow trying to tie it back to a wave.
Yeah, that's a valid point, actually. It's a chemical, right? So it's a... yeah, maybe... If you think of radio waves, how they're functioning in your device, you still have controls over the device, right? But the radio waves, they still transmit information through the device, despite being an immaterial thing. I think consciousness may be the same with our brains. I think DMT, it may be material, but the consciousness itself may be immaterial. But yeah, that's just my assumption. It's my sort of
funny
intuition that this is the case. I could be wrong. But yeah, that's just my belief. But and I think it's quite fascinating that throughout history, most of the world's people all over the world believe in spirits, believe in supernatural sort of entities, beings. What adds validity to that intuition I have that maybe we somehow live on beyond death. And yeah, I'll just leave with that and food for thought,
Well, thank you very much, Helen. We could probably keep on going back and forth, but instead I'm just going to say thank you for the lively conversation.
Yeah, thank you very much. That was interesting. You know, Amy, I remember you said at the beginning of the show people had been moving from the Kalam cosmological argument over into what this guy was arguing. He said, you mentioned it right at the beginning of the show, and this guy was right into it. It was really interesting.
Well, Kalam was hot a few years ago. There was a whole thing where what's his name was trying to sell it. William Lane Craig. I stand by it. On his grave, it will say, "Here lies William Lane Craig, Kalam cosmological argument." Nonetheless, yes, they've all moved on to contingency and other things like that. But consciousness is a big beef with me, so I tried not making that joke, because I was like, I have a beef with consciousness, but then Hinduism.
Oh yeah, it's terrible being awake, and I'm just kidding. But sleeping is nice too, though, I gotta say. But William Lane Craig, when I notice with him, like he's a big proponent of the Kalam cosmological argument, and I notice whenever he mentions atheism, he's got this kind of strange laughing kind of giggle in his voice, like he's looking down on everything as like he doesn't take atheism seriously. And I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to get other people to have the same attitude about it. And just kind of make it come across as normal, that people think it's funny and snicker about it. This is the point I disagree with him on.
To be quite frank, those arguments, the Kalam comes from Islam generally. It was created to be a Dawaistic argument. It was created to invite skeptics and it is a intellectual crack towards trying to prove God. And so chances are he does not believe because of Kalam. It is not for the religious. It is for the skeptics to try and make them religious.
Yeah. I'm going to bring up somebody who's been waiting for a while. Welcome, Miss Crowley. Oh, wait a sec. Did I?
Miss Crayley's a troll in the chat.
Oh, okay. I was going to bring them up. All right. Sorry about that. Welcome.
Let me disconnect him real quick just so he can't come up. Okay, sorry.
Okay. Welcome. Sorry about that, Taco. You're right. There's been some dispute going on. I was going to find out if they wanted to come up earlier. I thought they might talk that topic. Welcome, Schizo. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. How are you today? What's on your mind?
Pretty good. I'm doing good today, and I've been coming to these talks for months now. Probably, if it's been years, maybe years even. But
yes, actually, we're on to our third year now, and you can find the playlist on our website, theisthelpline.com, if you're interested to look at the older ones too. We're a little better at this now than we used to be, but I think our first episodes we had some really great conversations too.
Okay, so I'm going to try to introduce a perspective without as much like dogma.
Sure.
Do you believe that everything that exists is physical?
If energy is physical, yes.
So what you're saying is that there's nothing that exists that is not physical.
Well, if you're talking existence in a physical sense, then yeah.
Okay, so I have an idea, and it's funny that I have this idea because it's about ideas. So how is an idea physical?
It is. Our brains are physical, and our brains are producing that. We're able to represent that. We can abstract it, but in order to communicate these ideas, we are dependent on physical things. So the idea itself is something that we've contemplated. I guess it exists in the form of brainwaves. Just because we are able to conceptualize something doesn't mean that that actual concept being represented is necessarily true. I hope I'm answering your question okay here.
Yeah, I'm getting what you're putting down. So the idea of, let's say, a unicorn, we both know that a unicorn does not physically exist, but the idea of the unicorn exists.
Okay, so assuming you're not talking about the LGBTQ community, I will agree with you, yes.
No, I'm not trying to be political here. I'm just trying to be philosophical.
No, I'm not being political either. Unicorn has a meaning in the community that maybe you're not familiar with, and that's okay.
No, I'm not really familiar with that, no. So, like the unicorn, let's say that we have an idea of God, in that we know that there are certain personalities, certain characteristics. We have different properties of this God that we know of. I would argue to say that the idea of God is God in and of itself, and it's all it needs to be is an idea.
I'm okay with it being an idea. It's just we probably, or between me and Theist, we probably have a different idea on what the idea is. Because I look at it often as something as a false positive. It's we don't know something, so what we do is we fill in the blank with this concept. We call it God. In that notion, God becomes kind of synonymous with our ignorance.
Now, just sorry, Schizo. Just to quickly answer, I did. I just couldn't answer a moment there, and Amy came in, which is great. I did just a moment ago clarify that just because we have conceptualized something doesn't necessarily mean that concept is real. It really exists.
Right. Well, I'm not arguing whether or not God is real yet. But what I'm trying to say is, as a concept, like, let's say, the internet, it was an idea before it became a physical reality.
Yes, and the engineering that went into making it real is making the internet real is a real thing. So are you trying to get to a point where you're going to say that people could engineer God that could actually be real and have?
Well, yes, kind of. What I'm trying to say is that God is an objective quality. It's not quite something we can measure with science. which is why it's so difficult to prove he exists.
Well, hang on. I disagree, because if you're calling it God, you've already given something that can be measured. It's male. It's a deity that's male. If you said goddess, then you'd be saying a deity that's female. So we can measure male and female.
I can see that.
I'd also say if we're using my definition, that it actually coincides. So the more things that we're ignorant about, the more things that we use God for. The less things that we're ignorant about, the more that they get filled by actual scientific answers.
Right. Well, that's where I'm kind of seeing a disconnect, in that people will fill in the blanks with God, but God is not necessarily a quantity as it is a quality.
Sure, it's an explanation. You don't know something, let's just say God. And we don't know how lightning happens. Probably God did it.
Well, I think there's something kind of funny about that, in that we'll never have a 100% understanding of everything. So with that concept in mind, there will always be a God.
Sure. And that is why I say religion is something stupid that only smart people do. You have to be a certain level of intelligence to do something this stupid.
I don't know if God's stupid. I think it's more of like an imaginary friend that always has your back, because people not always has your back, you know.
I mean, are you arguing for or against religion? That sounded like something I'd say.
I'm either or. I mean, if it's helpful to you, then why should I knock on it? Or if it can be a detriment to you, then maybe you should look at it a couple of different ways.
Well, I agree to you to a point. It's just that because if we're a skeptic, we're coming here trying to say, is it true?
Right. And I think that it really depends on your perspective and who you are, because God can exist for you and God cannot exist for you. And it really depends on the reasonings and the upbringings and your background. And it's a really complicated issue, and it's not something that we can just imagine it.
But do you
away.
see where that comes complicated? If we just go back to your example of unicorn, does a unicorn exist for you? Well, it could or not. It depends on your culture. It depends on your upbringing. It's really a complex subject about whether we believe in a unicorn.
Yeah, I mean, like, sure, we make it simple so we can have conversations about it. But ultimately, when we individualize it and introspectively look at it, we know that it's a personal thing.
The unicorn or God?
Both.
Come on,
because a unicorn can be a god. Let's say that we have this like little girl that believes in unicorns and is all about the My Little Pony and stuff. Are we going to try to ruin her dreams by telling her unicorns aren't real?
Well,
yes, if the unicorn's not real, yes, at some point she's going to have to know.
Cool, man.
Well, I was going to say at some point. Like, it depends on the age. Clearly, we're not going up to little kids and being like, Santa isn't real, ha ha.
That's correct. Actually, I may be debating this topic in the future in favor of Santa existing, by the way.
Oh, well, it's just that at a certain age, yes, it is healthy for them to realize that it doesn't exist.
Sure. I mean, if the person is to be a scientist that uses the scientific method to measure reality, I can see that person benefiting more from believing that God doesn't exist. But there's also an exception for when you should believe that God does exist.
Once again, I think that God and religion had its uses. I think that they are outdated, and not only outdated, sometimes in the worst scenarios, it makes people act immoral. I know that their whole shtick is come be religious. It helps keep us moral. And yet their objective moral framework objectively is thousands of years old, I should say. And so we get a subjective framework from thousands of years ago, which oftentimes clashes with modern society.
Oh, now we're talking about religion, which is the basic social construct that came to be to organize society. And I have kind of mixed feelings about that. I don't know if God per se.
Some societies, not all. Yeah.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, if God exists, why would He subscribe to a particular religion?
So you're a universal theist, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I guess if there's labels for it, whatever.
I guess, I mean, I'm open to people, believing what they want. We can't force them. But I think that ultimately it is a healthier, better society. We're able to actually tackle issues better when we deal with it from a skeptical and often secular means. And so it's not just thoughts and prayers. We actually have to go in there when a hurricane happens with EMTs and supplies.
Right. I'm not someone that's going to rub your face in it, but I do think you should face reality. And if that reality improves your life and happens to be that God doesn't exist, then why not?
Yeah, I was going to say, Randolph Taco.
So if somebody is believing in God, that's one thing, or a goddess or whatever. But if they start using what they think the ideals of those God are to impose their ideals on somebody else, that starts to become a problem. Right? And that, unfortunately,
it could cause war. I mean, it could cause thousands of years of catastrophe.
It actually has, and that's the problem. And right now, like, we've got people in various countries who are trying to make laws that support their religious views. And even those laws are not good for them. They think the religion is higher than even their own ideals, and they will push that forward, hurting their own family members, hurting themselves. And they'll put these ideas forward because they think the idea of the ideals put forward by their religion are more important than people. And I believe that people are more important than ideas, but that a lot of these people following these religions think the opposite, and they think the religious idea is better than any other idea in existence, including human rights, including all kinds of other things. So, and that's where it becomes a problem, is when people don't understand the boundaries of personal sovereignty.
Well, when you address all the reasons for people to need or have religion with logic and understanding, emotional empathy even, then you start to show them that the answer isn't within a book, but is within the people that they live among.
Okay, but the thing is, why would I want to build a society on a book that promotes genocide and
exactly,
and advocates for a father to kill his own son?
Shit.
A father to kill his own son. There's a lot of problems. There's a lot of problems with it, and I think these ideas need to be retired. They need to go away. They're really, really bad. Take the good from it and leave the bad behind. Move on. And the stuff that's considered to be a good idea, improve on it if you can. Like one example is the Golden Rule. It's got a lot of problems. I came up with an alternative to it that is much better. It is called the Golden Preference. I'll post it in the live text chat in a moment, but the problem is the Golden Rule states do unto others as you want done to yourself, or something along those lines. It's very inward focused, and it's saying to people that they should use themselves as the standard of how others should be treated. And the problem is, if you are involved in heterosexual intimacy, for example, the Golden Rule is going to fail. Because men and women want to be treated differently in an intimate situation with certain actions. And so this is why I've come up, this and other reasons, is why I've come up with an alternative to this, the Golden Preference, which is to strive to treat others in accordance with their preferences. I think this says directly speaks to it, and the word strive leaves it out, so that leaves you an out in case you're dealing with somebody who's actually done some really bad things and deserves to be incarcerated, for example, because they committed mass murders. You obviously, they're going to want to be out, but you don't want to accommodate that, and so the word strive helps for that.
I like that, man. I think that if we can respect each other and value respect in a way that it's not something that you can just throw at somebody, then we're in a good spot.
Yeah, I'm glad that you appreciate that. I'm just going to post it in the live text chat, and so just keep an eye on that. It's in meme form, so you'll be able to take a copy if you like. I'm trying to promote this as for two reasons. One is I think it's better because it comes across as non-authoritative. Because instead of calling it a rule, I just call it a preference. The other thing is because I don't think these things should be rules. I think really people should be thinking for themselves and making determinations. I'm when it comes to ethics and morals, I consider the situation. I'm a bit of a situationalist on this. There's I think it works better this way if people can actually think about what they're doing instead of just blindly following some rule and applying it black and white, which we see is a tendency of some religious people who are just doing that because they're afraid they're going to get punished by some god or goddess that they don't have evidence actually exists.
Yeah, I mean, that's the narrative. I don't think they're actually afraid, though, because they've lived a life of faith for, like, they basically have confidence in their faith. You know, it's not just something that they're scared of or they fear death, or it's something more of like a higher standard of living. It's like a intent to be holy that they're dedicated to, rather than a fear that they're going to go to hell. You know what I'm saying?
Have you heard the term God-fearing Christian? Like the Christians do this.
Right. They say God-fearing Christian, but it's not that they're always like looking over their shoulder for the archangel. You know, it's when they say God-fearing Christian, it's because they're describing their faith in that they know they don't really need to fear dying because they have faith in God.
Sorry, I said God-fearing. I didn't say death-fearing. They call themselves God-fearing Christians. If somebody says, I fear something, that means they're saying that they're afraid of something. So why people change that to something else? Why didn't they use some other word in the first place? Why do they say God-fearing? I
think because, like, there's a level of respect out of fear, I guess. I don't know. For a fact. No. Fear, that's not respect. That's intimidation. That's a big difference there. That's not respect. That's it. Respect has to be genuine or it's not respect. So you're saying that we shouldn't fear God if God exists, but we should respect him? Yeah, no, I'm not saying we should respect at least the Christian God doesn't deserve respect. But I mean, if something is worthy of respect, then yeah, I'm going to give respect. Like, the way you've interacted with us here, you have my respect because you've been interacting very nicely. Same with the previous person and others today who've been online with us on the stage. I have respect for everybody who's been on, I think, because who we've had really good conversations with, because it's been very cordial. It's been quite nice conversation. People, my wife has all my respect, for example. My kids do too. And that's because not only we've earned it, I'm a bit biased there, but I'll admit. But respect to me, like when I go into the world, my own philosophy about this is that everybody I interact with, I begin with a basic modicum of respect and just assumed. And then, because I think this is a good way to start, and then from there, people demonstrate whether more respect or less respect is the direction we need to take it. That's up to them. And I find starting off with the basic level of respect tends to move things upwards. So this works very well for me. May not work for everybody, but this is kind of the approach that I take. Some people come along and say, you've been influenced by religion. No, this has nothing to do with religion. In fact, my experience with religions is that there's an automatic disrespect for people. Like the Abrahamic religions have a built-in disrespect for women just because they're women. I don't have respect for that idea. I consider that I have contempt for that idea because I think it's vicious and I think it's bad for building societies. I think it's a bad ideal that really needs to be retired into the garbage can. It's long past due. So I guess what I'm trying to present here, because I've heard you speak on several occasions, is do you think it would be more useful to define a particular God into existence for those seeking a God, but are not looking for a particular religious kind of God, or more or less, like she said, a universal God?
Okay, I don't actually encourage that, because just like I don't encourage people to believe in the fantasy unicorns and other things like that, or mushrooms that can walk around and talk with us and have coherent conversations. These things, I'm not going to encourage people to do that. I do understand that people are out there thinking that they need these things. I'm not convinced that that's actually the case. I think people have been given these ideas, and perhaps somebody's put on a very good sales and marketing to make it happen. But I don't think that these things are actually necessary. I think when people start, one thing I've noticed that some people will do is they'll say, "Oh, you need a God in your life," and they're then pushing away all other possible ideas, even goddesses in many cases, but other things like proper therapy if they need therapy, or other things, other healthy activities. They're just going to make this the centerpiece. This is big and over-consuming of everything. I think that's unhealthy. I think it brings people to unhealthy obsessions. It also, in many cases, causes people to become more selfish. They're thinking because quite often with these God concepts, and there's this idea of an afterlife, and if you don't worship this God properly, you'll be punished after you die. And it's going to be in eternal torment, and that's where the God-fearing stuff comes from, I think. And these are poisonous ideas that really mess up a lot of people's lives, and people end up thinking about this. It becomes a big distraction. We've got this one life to live, in my view, and if we really value life, then why waste our time on these horrible ideas and trying to make excuses for them, when instead we can actually use that time and that energy to live better lives and even help other people live more fulfilling lives as well.
Dude, I get what you're saying, and like, I don't disagree, but it sounds like you got more of a problem with the religion social construct than you do with the concept of God.
To me, I'm pretty indifferent to goddesses and gods. Because to me, it's just like somebody saying, "Oh, there's some new species on the other side of the planet." I'm not going to get a chance to meet it in the next 20 hours. Even if I was to fly an airplane over there, I still have to go through customs and all this. It's going to take longer than that. I'm pretty indifferent to that. Like, I'll read the reports and stuff if something like that comes up. The same with these deities. There's a whole bunch of different things. Now, if the deity represents a particular religion, then I have a problem with it because it's promoting that religion. If that religion has some really terrible ideas in it, I have more of a problem with the religious ideals that go along with it.
And if I could also say, I agree with everything Randolph's just said, but also the notion of a creator being I find troubling and does not seem logical, either intuitive or logical to me, because creators so far have only been animals. We have things like beavers making dams. We have birds making nests, and we make houses. But there doesn't seem to be at least any intuitive reason for why there'd be some sort of multicellular thinking agent that would create the universe, and then it would just be a whole bunch of chemicals and not nothing, but no life, and then eventually life, and then us again.
Check this out. What would you say if consciousness does not require a physical existence? What would you say?
Well, that's hypothetical. It does.
Here we go again.
From what we can tell, it does require a physical brain. If you have evidence of something else, then sure. But until then, I just dismiss it because as far as I know, there's absolutely zero evidence of this.
Not only
Right,
that,
and
but can I?
you probably also
Okay.
have a problem with faith too. So like it's like believing without evidence, right?
Religious faith, yes, I have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with, say, a parent having faith in their kid to do well in sports or in school.
Man.
Yeah. So it depends on the type of faith.
Got you. Yeah. No, I see that. I mean, like, there's a usefulness to believing that we all go to a happy place after we die. There's use to that. And there's a use to
What's
faith.
the use? Sorry, what's the use? To manipulate people, right?
Well, not to manipulate people, but to live life without fear.
Live life without fear. Fear of what?
If you know that you're going to go to heaven.
Sorry, fear of what? Sorry, you said live without fear. Fear of what?
Yeah. If you know you're going to go to heaven.
Sorry, fear of what?
Fear of going of like
death.
disappearing, fear of I'm trying to make this specific. Fear of disappearing, fear of never being remembered, fear of
Trying to give him the answer.
Being remembered poorly, fear of all your mistakes being permanently remembered and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
So yes, I know exactly what you're saying. What you're talking about is people thinking about themselves. Their fear of being
like
how other people think of them.
It's like a practical application for the existence of hell or heaven.
It's unhealthy.
You know?
It's unhealthy. It's unhealthy to be thinking that way. I think it's healthier to think about, okay, if somebody is telling me that my attitude is a problem, then instead of getting all upset that, oh, they don't like me or something, wouldn't it be better to take that as constructive feedback and try to improve oneself? Like, I don't see this is better alternative to fear. I think it should be tried to take it as more therapeutic in a way, as constructive feedback. And if you are concerned about how people are going to remember you after you die, and so you want to be in some kind of afterlife to do what? Come down to earth and haunt them so that they can...
No. The afterlife is being remembered in good manner. In good faith, you know,
do I have access? Do you or I have access to the people who are in the afterlife so we can go and clarify things that we had a misunderstanding about?
Well, if you define the afterlife as what they've left behind, in that you'd have to search among that presence, and so their afterlife is really what they've their legacy, their physical reality that they've disconnected with after they've died. And so if that's the afterlife, then you would want to leave behind a good presence.
No, my presence is gone once I'm dead. That's it. I can't even say a person has to live with that because they're dead. It's just the way it is. I'm going to try to make things better in my life, throughout my life, for others, and for myself, of course. But once I'm gone, you know, people need to be able to carry that torch themselves and continue on however they see fit. There's nothing I'm going to be able to do about that once I'm dead. So
what I'm trying to say is that you're reaching a heaven-like state when what you leave behind improves the quality of people's lives.
No, that's not heaven. Heaven, like in the religious form of heaven?
I don't know about religious form of heaven.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't subscribe to any religion, man.
But Schizo, can I? No, go Randolph. But afterwards, I just want to say something.
Yeah. Okay. So this thing, like throwing all these extra things in, like you hear, I'm not doing that in any of the language that I'm using here. I'm just talking about what I'm doing while I'm alive, and that's it. You know, I donate blood regularly because I know that's going to help people who I don't even know. Although I haven't donated recently because of an injury I was recovering from, but I'm going back to that very soon. But there's other things that I can do with my life instead of wasting time worrying about what's going to happen to me in the future. Like once I'm dead, it's not going to matter. That's the thing. And people get hooked on this idea. They don't want this. They don't want that. All this, it's all focused on them. You know, that they're not focusing on other people when they're focusing on these religious ideals that say you have to be God-fearing, you have to be afraid of hell, so you better conform to all these different weird ideals that are made by people from thousands of years ago who have no concept of smartphones or anything that we're dealing with today, or the internet, or how we communicate, or how society has evolved, or how people have evolved, or the fact that women are equal to men. They have no concept of this. They have no business. Sorry, I'm just about finished. Ancient people have no business lecturing to us how we should run our lives today. It's totally inappropriate in my view. We've moved on from them. We need to let them go. We need to make life better for ourselves and for others, our loved ones, and even people we don't know. This is a better way to live instead of toiling over these corrupt ideas of the past. We need to evolve from that.
Okay, so I understand everything that you're saying, but there's a practicality, I suppose, to believing that hell is being remembered for doing poorly in life in the context of improving society, right? And so if you don't want to be remembered that way, you're going to improve your behavior while you're alive to reaching the goal of improving life for society if you believe God exists. And if you're the kind of person that can't do that without a God existing, why would you take that away from them?
I don't think that's a healthy approach to use in the first place. I don't care if people don't even remember me. If I've made a change, that's all that matters. Like, I'm letting go. Look, death is the ultimate point that I let go of everything. It's not by choice, probably not by choice, hopefully not by choice, but it is, that's it. You know, whatever happens, I'm not involved anymore. That's up to everybody else. If they want to remember and honor me, that's up to them. You know, I won't be able to appreciate it. I'll be gone. I remember certain things that all kinds of great people that I've known over time have done, and that I know of from others remembering them and promoting their good ideas. Great, we should promote those ideas.
Schizo, hold on.
Hang on. I'm not motivated by how people are going to remember me. I'm motivated by other things. So other things that are more practical. I think it's less practical to throw in that extra baggage of thinking about how you're going to be remembered. That to me is a waste of effort and time and energy. It's not necessary. We can still do good things without that.
Schizo, hold on. Before you go, because I'm going to give you an answer, and then I'm going to bring it back full circle to what Randolph was saying. Okay. But you are saying, look, why are we trying to take it? Someone's grandma died. What harm is it in trying to think that they're in a better place, etc., etc.? And on that level, on the benign level like that, there may not be that much harm. However, when we take away the fear of death, it also creates many, many horrible things. The people who bomb abortion clinics, the people who did 9/11, and the people who do religious holy wars are filled with faith, and they lack a fear of death. They, in fact, have what they would say is a righteousness, and in doing what they're doing are near excited to die for their cause. And so, yes, it's true that it may be easier in the short term to, you shouldn't be the person at a funeral standing up and saying hell's not real or heaven's not real.
We'll check this out.
Just let me finish this one point. But what we should be doing is maybe not in the immediate effect trying to be skeptical, but we eventually have to get to what Randolph is trying to say, and that is we need to personally and in a healthy way deal with death. It's one of the hardest things dealing as a conscious creature is the fact that we are mortal, we die, the people that we love dies. However, what we have to do is we need to figure out ways in which we're going to be remembered. We're going to remember our loved ones, and we understand that we can pass the torch on to others, metaphorically speaking. And so it's not that we want to go out and just knock the holy book out of someone that's reading in church. It's that we want to figure out healthier mechanisms about dealing with some of the harder questions. And one of those is, how do we, in a healthy manner, deal with death?
It's healthy.
Okay.
It's
Can I
healthy.
chime
Sorry,
in
it's
now,
healthy and
Reid?
normal. It's healthy and normal to miss loved ones and feel and grieve for them. That's a normal part of the human experience. I'll just say as well. Go ahead.
Can I chime in? I was just going to say that there's going to be radicals that do radical things regardless if the concept of God exists or not. And so they
Correct.
cling on to the concept of God because it reinforces their behavior. And I can see how that can be damaging in use case scenarios that cause things like terrorism and suffering and death and genocide. Yes, I agree that a religious like belief can do those things. I'm not one to say that it wouldn't, couldn't, and shouldn't. But what I'm saying is that sort of power can be, how do I say this, like engineered to be useful and not damaging. And we shouldn't just dismiss it because it's been that way. We should find a way to engineer society to leverage religion in a socially constructive and less putrid and disgusting, mischievous and manipulative how it's been. You know what I'm saying?
I do, but from our position, from our viewpoint, it's not true, or there's no good evidence to think it's true. And so why adjust something and try to, I mean, I like it when they liberalize. I like it, I'll keep on saying, when they secularize. However, I would prefer it if we just had people over the line and we could just continue to go back to what Randolph was saying. I wish that we could find healthy ways to deal with one of the hardest questions, which is death.
Well, we're coming up with some really strange ways of dealing with it, like technologically duplicating our consciousness as AI so we can exist forever, kind of thing. Like basically we're inventing God, in a sense, consciously with AI now. And that's why I'm talking the way I am, because it's interesting that if God never existed before, it's potentially possible he will exist soon.
I mean, I'm open to something more powerful. I don't think that gods are going to be, or AIs are going to be gods, but it's not impossible. There could be creatures, if not ones that we make one day. Because we often get asked by theists, what would you say if there was, stars aligned that said God is real? And
hopefully AI won't become a deity because it's a gibbering idiot in its current form.
Well, and
Right,
AI
right.
is really a tool. I think we get it confused with synthetic consciousness or synthetic sentience. But it's really just, we put in the parameters, and so whatever the start conditions are,
search
it's still
optimization and pattern matching.
Yeah, I mean, they're brilliant. They're going to end up doing the vast majority of our jobs, but it doesn't mean that they are God, or it doesn't mean that,
You're saying that it couldn't be a practical application of the concept of God.
Well, I mean, the problem with God is God, first of all, it's a creator being, at least when we're talking about what I call the new ones, these omni ones. And like, it could become, AI could become powerful, but it would be very hard for me to understand that all powerful, all knowing. I mean, hey, maybe, but they struggle right now to deal with some of the things that we find easy. AI struggles to, first of all, have emotions, which tends to be more of a chemical type of thing that may be solved later. AI has a hard time walking physically. There's a lot within robotics.
It's in its primitive stages at this point.
And so, that's just a bell curve that could be overcome. But yeah, it's all fascinating. But a God, as they look at it, oftentimes want to have a personal relationship with us. It cares who we have sex with. It has all these weirdly human, like, wants, concerns, and desires.
Yeah, human qualities, man.
Indeed. And so, yeah, I mean, I think God says more about us than the other way around.
Oh, I think we say a lot about God though too, man. Because like, if there was no concept of God, if there was no idea that there was an afterlife, do you think that we would be farther ahead progressively?
Yes.
Let's say for
In
technology,
many ways.
than we are today.
In many ways, yes.
Oh man, that's a deep grudge, man.
I'm pretty
Well, no,
No,
it's
go
not a
ahead,
grudge. It's not a grudge. It's the fact that so many people have wasted so much time. So many good people have wasted their time and have been fooled by charlatans into wasting their time and resources and effort on things that are completely useless when they could have done something else that actually would have advanced humankind.
Can I just say that if it's a Simpsons or a Family Guy joke, they have a time machine and they're just throwing books back in time. And each book he watches as the civilization rises and rises. Eventually, he has flying cars. There's no more books to throw, but there's a Bible holding up the table. And he takes the Bible and he throws it back into the time machine that goes back to present time.
That's hilarious. I like that example.
So yeah, I think it holds us back in some ways, like Randolph was saying.
Yeah, you know what? I think a lot of traditional religions nowadays are definitely obstacles for progress. But I don't believe the entire concept of God should be dismissed just because religions are getting it wrong.
Okay, so I'm not saying get rid of these ideas, but what I'm saying is that they have a lot of problems with them that are largely ignored by a lot of people, and I think that's unhealthy. And some of the problems that one of the problems I've highlighted is that people call themselves God-fearing. They're afraid of dying because they're afraid of what's going to happen after they die. Are they going to go to hell and be tormented for eternity? Or are they going to go to heaven and be worshiping a celestial dictator for eternity? What's it going to be? You know, it's like, to me, this is a ridiculous dichotomy. Like, why are there only those two options as well? But there's all kinds of questions that can arise from it. But the thing is, zero people have provided any evidence of this stuff even being real. So it needs to come with a big caveat, because there's people pushing these ideas. There are entire businesses, entire industries that promote these things as real. The religious industries, they have churches and temples and mosques and all kinds of things where people go there and they're told day after day after day, this is real. You should believe this. Women are bad, or whatever they're pushing, you know, and it's horrible. And these things, any other business industry was to promote something as real when it's not, they'd be in trouble for fraud from the regulators, but the churches get a free pass on it. Why? Because people are deathly afraid of what's going to happen after they die to this vicious celestial dictator that they've been tricked into following and loving and adhering to. And you get people going around saying, oh, the Christian God is all loving and wouldn't hurt anybody, and yet they're ignoring all this stuff in the evidence that they provide as the Bible, claiming that's the evidence when it's really claimed, and saying that this is there's all kinds of things in the Bible talk about horrible things that God has done, committed genocide, child rape, that's how Jesus was born, and different things like that, killing everybody by flooding the world, except for a few select individuals that wanted to save, and on it goes. There's these terrible, terrible atrocities, and yet God is all loving. Like, this doesn't make any sense.
So check this out. I'm different than all the other people you've ever had up here, because
yes,
my life is like 99% reality, and then 1%, well, maybe there's faith in God, right? So it's not like my entire life is dependent on whether or not I go to heaven or hell. What it is it's more like a convenient luxury to even know if that's possible.
Convenient luxury. Okay. Would you claim that
Wish
there's a bit of a
fulfillment.
selfish motive there? It's okay to be selfish, by the way.
Oh, it could definitely become selfish, no doubt about it. It has.
No, I
become
didn't ask. I
Sure.
didn't ask if it could become selfish. I'm asking, is there a bit of a selfish motive there?
Nah, not necessarily, man. Because like, if anything, what it does is it opens up me trying to emulate that objective quality to improve society, to be able to have that ability to do so, because there's been an example of that already happening, kind of thing.
You need a 1/100th of faith in a god to motivate you for that.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, like, there's got to be some
Why?
like greater meaning for me.
Why?
To, in
Sorry,
order
what?
to do that.
Greater meaning. Okay, that speaks to selfishness again.
Is it really selfishness, or is it
Greater meaning.
just?
Oh, it's not a greater meaning of you. It's a greater meaning of something else. Then I take that back.
Yeah, like a greater meaning to society, a greater meaning to a bigger effort, more than just me, kind of thing. Like,
Why?
contributing to that.
But why do you need that 1/100th of a faith in a god to motivate you to do these good things?
Because without it, bro, it feels like I will never be remembered in a good light, kind of thing.
Okay, so you think you'll be judged because you had a very small portion of belief in a faith in a god.
Yeah.
I don't judge people based on that normally. I will judge people based on what
Their behavior.
the things that they try to do with their lives and try to do in helping others, and the things they support, and also very importantly, which most people miss, the things they don't support. To me, that is a much more accurate idea, because unfortunately the religious baggage that comes along with belief in these gods, even if it's a portion of a belief, a small portion, is that a lot of people make a lot of excuses for their deities, for their gods and goddesses, and the horrible things they've done, and try to twist things around so that they can make their belief justified back to themselves
so
again.
if you have historical context, they twist and turn things, they flip things around, they craft a narrative just so that their god is justified. I get that. No, I'm not someone that does that, because my faith is as minuscule as it is. My faith is that there is a God. There might not be as much divine intervention, but check out the coincidences and the karmas of reality, and you'll see it.
The way you're presenting this, it kind of sounds more like deism than specifically. Would that be accurate?
You can call it that. Yeah, that's pretty close.
Okay, yeah. This god, I'm just a little bit curious about the characteristics that you're talking about. Does this god have some characteristics like omniscience and omnipotence and omnipresence and things like that?
I can't really tell you that, because the way that my God communicates is through coincidence and karma. So I don't know if God knows everything. I don't know if God's everywhere.
Karma.
I don't know if God is everything. But what I do know is that he has stuff to say sometimes.
Schizo, can I ask?
That's okay. I'm just going to say.
No, go, Randolph. I'm sorry.
Just to be fair, you're saying you don't know, and I appreciate that kind of answer. Thank you. Go ahead, Amy.
Thank you. I just want to know. You say coincidence and karma. I have just a real simple question. Why does it seem, not always, but bad things happen to, or good things happen to bad people, and bad things happen to good people?
I want to say, to be an example of how obscure and abstract reality can be sometimes.
But I mean, I could take that to the extreme, and you could see how evil that is. Like,
yeah, I know. I'm not going to argue with you that evil doesn't or does exist, and I don't know if the existence of evil is somehow a piece of evidence that there is a God, if you have faith in it to exist. You know.
But I guess my horrible example would be: there is a mother, the child is dying of terminal cancer. We our only two chances here are coincidence or karma.
And it would only be in a good example if the kid survived, which does happen once in a while.
If it would be a good example if they do survive. I feel like
Yeah.
it would be a crappy system if the kid dies, though, right?
Well, I mean, it's not a system. Like, you can't. Like, what you're trying to say is that miracles should be intentional and manifestable by humans, and unfortunately, like, that's where a lot of religions falter that I know of, because they can't do works. They can't actually craft a miracle with their faith, and I agree that is definitely a weakness of this religion construct.
So I agree. I think that there's a problem with karma, because I think that it almost makes a good saying, like, you'll get it back, or so, or they're an asshole, but sometimes, unfortunately, it just seems like the universe is more random and more just deterministic. As in, yes, sometimes assholes get what they got coming because the law catches them, but we put in systems to place that. But sometimes bad things happen to good people, and I think the better answer is not to put a context on there that's like they could have had a past life in which they did something wrong, or oh no, what were you gonna say?
I was going to say, wouldn't you say that the law, for example, is a practical application of objective morality?
No, I would say that we have morality. I think that I'm very weird. I believe in like a mid ground between subjective and objective. I think it has things of both, but I think laws are not objective. At least if we're talking from a human sense. If you're talking from a scientific sense, like Hubble's law,
it's the attempt to become objective. That's why they have the system.
They are more prescriptive than they are descriptive. We go, this is the speed limit, you should go, because we think if you do otherwise, you're going to kill yourself, type of thing.
Right. And I think there's like a practical application to we'll just call it biblically, the laws of God, because there are commandments that tell you not to kill, not to worship other gods, and the other gods happen to be things like money and sex and power, and it keeps you on a even keel historically. Then it does, and it's, I would say, it could be healthy in a sense to have those kind of morals, than to have a godless existence that could open you up to things like greed and sin, the things of sin,
But there was a time when it was good, and that was thousands of years ago, when we were afraid because we didn't know where lightning came from. At that point, it was good to probably go, you know what, everyone, maybe we shouldn't kill each other. But I do think that we would have developed that eventually. You see it in all cultures, almost even the ones that do not have religion. But I don't think we need those structures anymore. You shouldn't need a 2,000-year-old. It's not that we shouldn't read Plato or we shouldn't read people from thousands of years ago. It's that we don't need to think they're literally true.
Okay, so all right, I don't want to get political because I'm schizo, and when I get political, it could be conspiracy theory in some cases. But the reason why America is so great is because our rights, our dead-born, birth-given rights, come from a deity we call God that cannot be taken from us because of that. And when you just delete God, you just remove him out of the equation, you also remove our born, given, birth,
can I pause you for
American
a second?
rights,
Sure. So our rights don't come from God. So this should be a relief. All of our rights come from our Constitution. And so
well, the Constitution says our rights come from God. That's the reason why it's so great.
Our Constitution is actually a secular document, and it was made by generally a bunch of deists. But what happened was there are a bunch of Puritans. These were the lay people. Most of them not really ending up founding the country, but they like making babies. And so here we are.
And I will just add that in Canada, our constitution also doesn't come from any deities. It was made by people, and now there is a preamble there that recognizes the supremacy of a male deity, but it's not one of the numbered points in our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. So take away this God that you have in mind, and these constitutions will still be there. They're not dependent on any deities existing.
Right. I guess, there's the separation of church and state, and it can get down to a constitutional level. But I would beg.
Why was that needed? Why was there a need for that in the US Constitution? The separation of church from state.
I think the separation from church and state is needed because it's the ultimate freedom to have faith in whatever you believe in, and not have a state
or have no religious faith at all.
Right, if that were your choice, for sure. But I don't think there should ever be an imposition one way or the other.
Exactly. And this is the big complaint I have about organized religions, is that they encourage this kind of imposition on people. And that's the problem I have. Right? And that's the problem I have with it. Yeah.
Yeah, I got you. Like the ones that, the ones that try to force it down your throat and tell you that you're going to hell unless you repent, bro. I get it.
Yeah, that's why I say we got to get rid of these. We got to get rid of these sorely outdated ideals and move on with our lives. There's too many people who believe in this nonsense.
One more thing about sin is because we often say, "Oh, come on, everyone sins," but the at least biblical definition of sin means to offend God. And so it doesn't really mean to do good or bad unless God is your moral anchor for what is good and bad. And so I don't think if God exists, it may be true that people sin, though I don't care if it offends God, so I don't care if I sin. What I care about is, am I doing good or bad things to other people?
Right, and I'm pretty sure you also have a level of care of which that other people are doing good things or bad things to other people as well. Absolutely. And that there's a level of faith in there. I'm just going to say there's a level of faith in there to have a ease of mind to believe that people are doing good out there. I
disagree. First of all, I am an optimist, so unfortunately, or for better or for worse, I always.
How can you be an optimist without faith?
But there's good
religious
evidence.
Faith. We specified this earlier. It's not optimism for a parent of their children doing well in school is not a religious faith.
Yeah. And then what I said earlier too is I don't subscribe to any particular religion.
But I also think there's good evidence for why people do good things. That there is good within society and our neighbors and our family and friends. There's always going to be outliers. So we're going to say there's always the psychopath or whatever that we ask in moral conundrums. But generally speaking, I find that it's religion that makes morality hard, and that humans actually want to do the right thing most of the time.
Yeah, and all I'm trying to say is that I believe there's the potentiality for religion to do more good than harm, and completely removing that from the human experience, moving forward with evolution of user experience design and writing history using Wikipedia and things like that. I think removing religion from the human experience could do more harm than good.
I disagree. I think that there was a time where I think it always has a double-edged sword because we never knew that it was true to begin with. However, I think it does more harm now that we know that most likely these are not true. Jesus did not rise from the dead. Muhammad did not cut the moon in half. Moses didn't exist. He may have been, based on real people, but he did not live to these 600, 900-year-old people are not real. And so
Well, here's the interesting thing about Jesus' existence is that he didn't need to resurrect. He didn't need to do any sort of miracle for the fact of the matter that he died for our sins. And that action is what Christianity is fundamentally based on. So when you got these Christians out here going like, oh, he raised from the dead, or oh, he resurrected, or he turned water into wine, and 2 loaves, 2 fishes, and the 500 loaves, and it's like, that doesn't fucking matter. They crucified him. And that was because, historically speaking, he was dying for our sins because he's the Son of God. And
which
that's
I will
all that
say
really mattered.
We have different emotions on whether that's a good or a bad thing. I view the sacrifice of Jesus, I view that as disgusting. I understand that they reinterpret. Oh, okay. You do have the same view, because I always think it funny that Christians make fun of people from like Aztec cultures. They're like, they were pulling out their hearts and sacrificing.
Yeah, like what? This is the same shit.
Yeah, it'd be crazy if there was like a god that demanded his own son to kill himself.
Yeah, right, dude. It's fucking brutal. That's why I don't subscribe to it, because like I don't think that if God exists, I think that he wouldn't subscribe to any particular religion either. He wouldn't want conflict. He would prioritize peace over war if God exists. And so all these religions are all getting it wrong, and there's all these dogmas, and it's like just like abandon that shit and find a God that everyone can relate to.
Or no God at all. Let's come together, be a family as brother and sisters.
Well, I mean, arguably speaking, that would be some people's God, what you're saying.
See, but I think what we're doing is we're giving alternatives to the positive. So religion does community well. I think we can do community better because we don't need to have the carrot and stick system.
Yeah. And then calling what community's doing God is just ridiculous. Doesn't make any sense. Sometimes people come along and try to say the universe is God, or the earth is God, or something like that.
Maybe
they're just redefining. They're just giving a different definition for it.
Yes,
they're trying to redefine it as something else, but there's already a word for that. So why switch it to God?
What if the action of improving society's experience and standard of living and reducing things like pollution and corruption, wouldn't that, if that were the action were to be defined as God, wouldn't that be then in a potential existence of God in and of itself?
No, that would be trying to usurp what those things are and give God credit unjustifiably, in my view. It doesn't make sense. Why rename it? Because if you're going to go and start referring that to God, nobody's going to know what you're talking about unless they know how you're misdefining something. So it's going to create communication problems. There's no point in doing that. Let's just call it helping other people instead of saying, oh, that's God. No, it's not. That's people doing something to help other people. Those people should be credited for that, not some deity that's not involved.
What you're saying, yeah. I'm visualizing what you're saying. It's like a slideshow in my mind right now.
Cool, yeah. We do have another person who wants to come up. Hang on. I'm not trying to disconnect you right away here. I'm just wondering if there were some things you really wanted to cover before we move on.
No, I just really want to talk with you guys for a little bit, and it's been very pleasurable. Thank you for having some time with me.
And as promised, I sent you a copy of that meme. So thank you very much for being on here. I've enjoyed the cordial conversation. Amy, was there anything you wanted to cover with Schizo before we finish with them?
No, just thank you for coming on. I'm looking forward to more conversations.
Yeah, I'll try to want to be participating more.
Please do. You'll always be welcome back. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Ugwe El Gaib, I hope I'm saying your name properly. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you for joining us. Welcome. How are you today?
I'm doing good. You can just call me Ugwe.
Ugwe. I'll just refer to you that way. Thank you very much. What's on your mind, sir?
Yeah, I just want to know like some refutations to like the argument of God.
Well, we don't do the refutations. We don't volunteer those typically here. People come on the stage and present an idea, and we
I have
deal
an
with
idea.
that. So if you've got an idea, we'll happily entertain it.
Yeah. Well, so I define God to be as a self-sufficient, morally necessary being. Right?
Okay.
I don't know if that's
self-sufficient. A self-sufficient. I would assume that's probably true of pretty much all deities, that they're self-sufficient. So we can grant you that. What were the other characteristics?
morally necessary. So,
Necessary, like necessary for all of existence.
yeah, all existence like depends on this being.
Okay. So just before we continue with that, I'll just point out that there are many gods and goddesses throughout various religions defined as not being necessary for all of existence, especially in the polytheistic religions. But if you're defining one particular deity this way, that's fine. Is it the only deity, or are there other deities as well?
No, this is the only deity that we all depend on.
Okay, so there's only one, is what you're saying.
Yeah. So.
Okay, so all right, let's go ahead. Now,
Yeah. So I'm guessing you guys are granting this definition.
Well, I don't have a problem with. I'm not against definitions.
So, are you just saying that the necessary being has that you're claiming a necessary being, and that necessary being has to be self? Well, I guess it would be you're claiming a necessary being.
Yeah, I'm just claiming a necessary being.
So you're saying that there's a necessary state of existence.
Yeah. Well,
why
a state
would
of
you
existence.
say
Yeah.
he?
What do you mean he?
You said.
Oh well,
he
I guess
at
that's
some point.
like our underlying determination to like how we would explain he is. Like it would
So
be
the
like how we're able
quantum
to.
field does not, and I repeat,
Yeah,
does
that's fine.
not have a gender.
Yeah, that's fine. That's what you could believe. I'm not saying that he does have a gender, but this
Well,
is how
you just said he, and so the
Yeah, that's
universal
fine.
quantum field does not have a gender.
Oh, okay, no. Well, so you're trying to say that universal quantifier, whatever you just said, is a necessary being?
Yes, the universal
by
quantum
definition-
field is the necessary being. So by
Okay.
definition, any type
So-
of God would have to necessarily be excluded from discussion of ontology.
Okay, so I'm guessing that you believe that this being will be external to the physical world, or no?
Well, everything would emanate from it, right? So everything's a part of it. It's the underlying substrate of reality.
He really
Okay,
is
so
good.
would this being be
That's
dependent
right.
upon the world, or would this being be external to this world, and everything depends on them?
Well, I'll just present an argument. I actually made a video on this yesterday, and you probably saw it, and that's probably why you joined the server today. So
No,
why
I
don't you
didn't.
just address the art? So, premise one: if the universe exists, it must have a necessary being or principle that explains its existence. Do you agree or disagree?
If the universe exists, then it must have some necessary being that explains it.
That
Necessary
explains its
being
existence.
or principle.
Necessary being, yeah, that's fine.
And then premise two: the universe exists.
Yeah, the universe exists. Yep.
Now, my premise three is the universal quantum field is identified as this necessary being.
Okay, you had to prove that.
Yeah, so the universal quantum field is understood to be a fundamental self-sustaining reality that underlies all physical phenomena. It's not dependent on anything else for its existence and provides a foundation for the existence of matter, energy, space, and time. As such, it fulfills the role necessary being that my premise one presented requires.
And it's a necessary
Wait,
principle. Yes.
all right, wait. So
It's a
Wait, explain
metaphysical
what this.
extension of quantum theory.
Yeah, can you explain more on this? How do you say this? Quantum what?
The universal quantum field.
Universal quantum field. All right. So specifically about the universal quantum field, right? I'm guessing that you're gonna posit that it created the universe, right?
Well, the universe would have arose from it, right? So
So did it create the
I guess I
universe?
should have started out with a strong inductive argument. So everybody pretty much everybody pretty much operates from the stuff arises from stuff principle, right? So the strong inductive argument supporting the stuff arises from stuff principle would simply be Premise 1, 100% of our observations are stuff arising from stuff. And then you would go to the inductive conclusion that it's likely that this stuff arose from other stuff, right? And so it's not being created or coming from anywhere. It's just arising from pre-existing stuff.
Yeah, so actually about this, you can just define this as something that's contingent, right? So all contingent things depend on something that's contingent.
Bingo.
But then, well, not all contingent things. Something that's contingent depends on something else that's contingent.
Playing
But
creationist. Bingo.
it all derives back to a necessary being. Something that doesn't depend on something that's contingent.
Field, that's
So wait, yeah. So if the universal quantum field is depending on something that is contingent for its existence, then it can't be necessary.
It's not dependent on anything. That's what I've been saying.
Well, yes, it is, because you're saying that it's... Oh, sorry, hold on. So you're saying that...
So the necessary being embodies all the key attributes applied to necessary beings, right? So aseity, it's self-sustaining, existing by necessity, eternality, it transcends time, existing eternally without beginning or end, immutability, the universal quantum field is changeless in its fundamental nature, simplicity, it is a unified, indivisible reality, not composed of parts, omnipotence, the universal quantum field is the source of all power and potential within the universe. Omniscience, it contains complete information about the universe, governing all physical phenomena. Omnipresence, the universal quantum field permeates all space and time, ensuring no part of the universe is beyond its influence. Perfect goodness, that's reflected in the universal quantum field's role in the emergence of life and the harmony of nature. Independence, the universal quantum field is independent, existing without reliance on anything else. And perfection, the universal quantum field is complete and sufficient, fully explaining and sustaining the universe.
All right, so one of your premises were that all pre-existing things depend on something that's pre-existing, right? So if this pre-existing thing depends on the...
So my premise 1, are you asking about the inductive argument? Because I can have repeat the inductive argument.
Yeah, all pre-existing things depend on something that's pre-existence for its existence.
So given that all observed phenomena arise from pre-existing stuff, it's highly probable that the current state of the universe followed the same pattern and arose from pre-existing stuff. Do you agree or disagree?
All pre-existing, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, boom. That goes straight to the quantum field.
All right, yeah. So would that mean that the quantum field is also dependent on something else, or?
Dude, it's a necessary being.
Okay, yeah. All right. So since you're saying that's just a necessary being, I'm guessing you're like regarding that infinite regress would be logically impossible, right? Well, not logically impossible.
Not logically impossible.
Yeah, you're right. My fault. I misspoke. Okay.
So there's the 3 legs of the trilemma. After this argument, of course, you can ground it out in infinite regress or brute fact or necessary being. There is the trilemma, right? But the leg of the trilemma that I feel is the most logical and I feel like best aligns with our state of reality is necessary being, which as you do too, which is why you're claiming a necessary being. And that's why I'm claiming a necessary being. But infinite regress is not logically impossible, and neither is brute fact. I just think they're much less likely.
Yeah, I misspoke right there when I said it's logically impossible. I guess I would just say it's like metaphysically impossible.
You're saying you think it's unlikely.
Yeah, unlikely, yeah. So about this, right, if you're like pretending that a necessary being would exist, what would differentiate this universal quantum field to God? Like, what's like the differentiating factor between them?
I mean, I don't know what your definition of God is, but there's no mind. There's not. I mean, you could.
No mind.
If you're a pantheist, you could call it God if you really wanted to, but it's just the underlying substrate of reality, right? There's not a mind. There's not whatever. And like I said, a pantheist could absolutely call it God if they wanted
to. So you're saying it has no mind, right? So about creation, right? So in order for there to be a creation, right? And I'm guessing
creation, that right? That was the point of the strong inductive argument that you accepted just a minute ago, right? That is a defeater of creation ex nihilo.
I accepted that a necessary being would exist, right? Yeah, that's fine.
So you did accept the strong inductive argument a moment ago, which is an anti-creator argument, right? It is an anti-creation ex nihilo argument, right? So referring to stuff coming from, or well, stuff arising from stuff as creation is a category error.
Yeah, so I never accepted your argument, but rather I accepted that a necessary being would exist because that was because that was my position, right? But
so let's go back to the stuff arises from stuff principle.
Yeah, stuff arises from stuff. Yep. But we don't have to say stuff arises from stuff. We
So
can
the
just say
stuff
that.
arises from stuff principle is basically that nothing spontaneously forms from nothing, right? And so 100% of our observations confirm that everything in existence arises from pre-existing stuff, right? And so given that all observed phenomena arise from pre-existing stuff, it's highly probable that the current state of the universe followed the same pattern and arose from pre-existing stuff. You agreed to that. And you're right now you're saying you didn't agree to that. That is an anti-creator argument.
No, so all right. So what you would say, like stuff arises from stuff, you would just say this is the PSR. Most PSRs, well, the weak PSR wouldn't like debunk anything that we would assert. Well, I would assert. Well, God's existence. So if you were to say that stuff arises from stuff, right, it would eventually lead to a necessary being, and by necessary being, if this necessary being, what's
exactly arrives at a necessary being, the universal quantum field. I totally agree.
Wait, don't pause me. Don't pause me. So if there were to be a necessary being, this necessary being must have created something for something else to
That's
depend
not
on
the
its
requirement
existence.
of necessary being. You just made that up.
No. It is a requirement because if it were to be necessary, that means something else would have to depend on its existence.
Well,
it can't be a
everything
necessary
would
being
depend
without.
on its existence, but dependence is not synonymous with creation.
Dependent. Wait, repeat that again. I was reading something.
Dependence is not synonymous with creation.
Dependence is not synonymous with creation. Why not?
Because I'm saying stuff arises from stuff. I'm not saying stuff creates stuff. Because when you say create stuff, you're saying there was purpose and intent behind it. And so I'm using a very specific word. Stuff arises from stuff.
Oh, so you're saying like stuff like changes form into a different form?
Correct.
Okay. So what's this position called? What's this called?
Yes, presuppositional apologetics.
Stuff.
It's PSA rather than PSR. Yeah.
Well, what's
I'm
PSA?
making a joke. Don't worry.
I also included the PSR in premise one of my argument, right?
Yeah.
But the stuff arises from stuff principle comes before the PSR.
What do you mean it comes before the PSR? What do you mean by that?
So the stuff arises from stuff principle is an inductive argument based off of our observations. The PSR is a philosophical stance that I'm using in the argument for premise one.
Wait, can you guys let Fipto up as well? He's my partner.
No.
No? Oh, that's fine. So I'm guessing that you're trying to say that everything just forms into a different form, and by this you're saying it arises and not by created, like it doesn't have like no type of intent. Okay. Well, I don't know what position this is called, but
if you're presuppositional apologetics.
If you were to grant this, right, that means everything has eternally existed, right?
Well, it would be a necessary being. I mean, I guess it would technically eternally exist, and that's one of the attributes to the deity. But I feel like eternality is a weird term to use with necessary being because that's kind of implied. But with how you're using it, yes, it would be eternal. But I have my personal objection just to that as a necessary being attribute because I feel like that would be implied because whether it existed forever with no time or whatever the case, I just feel like that's a weird word to use when you're not talking about time, you know, because it implies it's just no beginning or end, right? And I get it, right? But I just feel like it would be better to just say like no beginning or end, right?
Okay, so everything existed without a beginning.
But I do say eternal, yes. I'm just saying it's just a weird word technically for what we're trying to say with necessary being. I feel like no beginning or end would be better, right? Because it's more specific. Because there's, I'm sorry, that's just a weird point I was making.
All right. One more thing. Are you guys aware about the modal ontological argument for God's existence?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, what's your opinion on it? Because that was the argument I was going to posit.
I mean, I just provided a transcendental argument that proves the universal quantum field as a necessary being. So we'll go into the next premises now. Oh, actually, did you accept that conclusion? So,
well, no, I wouldn't.
We
I
need
wouldn't
to go to
accept
the
the
conclusion. I
conclusion.
apologize. So premise 3: the universal quantum field is identified as a necessary being. So that's where we got off, right? So
Yeah. So
I fully supported that.
Hide the freaks. Oh, no sound?
Field. This stuff exists now with time, which happened after the Big Bang, immediately after the Big Bang. You are just digging yourself into a hole. Address the argument or go away.
Sorry, y'all.
All right. It seems that you just muted me because you couldn't answer my question. He's went on a whole tangent because he couldn't answer my question.
Strawmanning me. Don't you dare strawman me. You're poisoning the well now. How dare you? Address the argument or go away.
Okay, so I already addressed the argument. I even gave a question after. You couldn't answer the question. I'll just go back down if you can't answer.
You address the argument. What premise did you object to with any reasonable
yeah. Okay. That's good. So I can talk now.
Before you go down, can I just ask, what is God's necessary being? So if there has to be something, what is God's necessary being?
What do you mean, what is God's necessary being? I'm saying that God is a necessary being.
Sure, but you also said that his necessary being isn't, can't be the final thing. So if his necessary
I never claimed that.
Isn't that what you just saying?
No. So that's what he's saying.
His God is impossible through the impossibility of contrary and presented logical proofs on how it's logically impossible.
What he's saying, right, is that there must be pre-existing things that depend on something else that's pre-existing. If all pre-existing things depend on something else, and time came before, time came after these
pre-existing things. Have to come. Dude, you're strawmanning again.
No, because
I'm going to repeat the argument again because you keep strawmanning. Give me 2 seconds. So, given that all observed phenomena arise from pre-existing stuff, it's highly probable that the current state of the universe followed the same pattern and arose from pre-existing stuff. That's not saying pre-existing stuff came from pre-existing stuff. That's saying that this current state came from or arose from a prior state. That prior state could be infinite regress, could be necessary being, could be brute fact. There's 3 legs of the trilemma we both acknowledge. I'm claiming the necessary being because I think that's the most likely, for many reasons that I'd be happy to go into.
Yeah, so you can't claim that pre-existing things comes from pre-existing things, and also
the argument is not pre-existing things come from pre-existing things. The argument that I provided was, given that all observed phenomena arise from pre-existing stuff, it's highly probable that the current state of the universe followed the same pattern and arose from pre-existing stuff. You also accepted this argument.
You got to be careful on what you believe I accepted, right? I'll just go back down. You couldn't answer my question. That's fine. Someone else has a question, if that's fine.
Let's bring up Horse.
They're not used to it the other direction.
Oh, Fipto, yeah, Fipto was waiting longer. Hello, Fipto, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Destroying baby slayers. I guess that means you're destroying God? The Christian God?
No.
Well, the Christian God did slay babies. He basically killed a lot of babies when he flooded the planet.
Oh, ultimately they're saved, right?
So killing is not destroying?
Well, so when you and I have a different worldview as far as what happens after we die. You believe that we disappear into nothingness and just grind into dust. I believe that we have souls that live eternally afterwards. And are going to one of 2 places.
Hang on. That's not what I believe. I don't believe that we turn into nothingness. After I die, if my body was to be buried, it would turn into worm food over time, hopefully.
Yeah. I said grind away into dust. Not like because you're saying we're fully material.
Would be transformed. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
But before you go forward, could we just agree that under that model, abortion is moral because it sends them guaranteed to heaven?
No, because it's the unjustified taking of human life.
Sure, what God did. God's immoral.
No, God is justified in taking life as He gives it.
Sure.
Oh, hang on.
He's
So,
a mob boss.
are we talking human beings or just human life?
Wait, what do you mean? Oh, well, when it comes to there's justified means that human beings can take other people's lives, such as self-defense, or
Sure.
God says.
Yeah.
But when it comes to God, there's two different categories we're operating on. God has a different rule set. There's different prerogatives. You were made for one thing, and you have a certain moral rule set that is made solely for humans categorically. God has different prerogatives. He has different he has a different set of rules.
So you mentioned about killing human life. The thing is, a human fetus, is not a human being yet. The prerequisite for being a human being, a person, is being born. So,
no,
just trying to get some clarity here on what you're talking about. Are you talking about?
Do you want to go through papers of 3 decades of biological sciences declaring
I don't need to.
fetus is human at conception?
And no, this is a
I'm not-
loophole. Randolph, don't let him get away with that.
Yeah.
He wants you to have that debate. The fact is that God is the biggest abortionist. He loves it. He makes sure every abortion happens. And so it doesn't matter if it's God doing it directly, or it doesn't matter if He gave us the free will, because it's still Him doing it at the end.
God permits evil.
And if
just like God permits you to be homosexual if you want to be.
If people are actually made in God's image, and God is committing all these abortions, then it's okay for human beings to commit abortions as well, because that's what God does. So yeah, we should be following what God's example is, right?
Well, you have to understand what it means to be made in God's image. Also, I don't know.
Should we follow God's example?
Really quick, I did want to interact with his quantum field argument, tacos.
Okay, and then you want to get back to abortion. Okay.
No. We can talk about this. But just as a response. So when it comes to being made in God's image, it talks about, we desire truth. We build civilizations. Obviously, animals. They collect.
I have to be focused on something for a minute. I apologize. Can you come back to me here in just a few minutes? I need just a few minutes.
Yeah, you're all right.
I apologize.
Yeah, but when it talks about being made in God's image, we desire things like truth. We desire to, not all the time. Obviously, it's inconsistent because we have a fallen nature that also has to be taken into account. But generally, truth. We desire ethical rule sets. We desire to make civilizations with judges and laws, and essentially to congregate and build civilizations. So in that way, we're made in God's image. We're made with knowledge that surpasses that of animals. I mean, animals show a little bit of the similarities of humans, but not consistently, and definitely not on the same scale.
So just to butt in, I agree that at least many of us desire truth. I think that's what we're doing here. But I would then push back. We don't have a fallen nature. We're not born with sin. Any of these type of concepts I find inherently evil. And so we can talk about them.
So for example, when I say we desire truth, and I bring up the fallen nature because that's inconsistent. Not everybody desires truth at all points at all times. Some people want to be justified in their thinking and in their actions, so they're willing to throw away truth. For example, when we talk about the issue of abortion, and imagine, I'm going to dress up a caricature here. I'm trying to argue biological facts to a man sporting a beard, a bra, and a dress. And he's not going to take any of my arguments seriously because he doesn't even believe biologically who he is congruent with I'm talking about who he is physically is congruent with his own mind and thinking and brain.
May I pause
of
for
how
a
he
second?
thinks he should be.
If you don't mind, we are talking with people who think that women come from ribs, that snakes talk, and that a rabbi came back from the dead. It's almost always projection. These people, that is to say the ones of these religious traditions, tend to believe things that defy chemistry, physics, and biology. And so that's why we're trying to figure out why you think there is a father figure in the sky. He is a father figure, kind of weird, doesn't have male genitalia,
father to son.
doesn't have male chromosomes, has to be a father. No real reason. Holy Spirit could be masculine, and God could be a mother.
Well, you have to understand linguistics. So when we say God is a father, and we address him as he at all points, with linguistics, there's an understanding in which I think, gender sciences is caught up with this. We're talking about masculine roles and feminine roles. So we understand this duality that the gender sciences even agree with, surprisingly.
You're a postmodern Christian. I love it.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying with the language, there's a duality. Now, when it comes to the physical order of things, when it comes to us, this is why I'm saying we got to look in categories. We anthropomorphize. You know what it means to anthropomorphize with God?
We tend.
Okay, so like. So we take these concepts that apply to us, he, she, they, them. It applies to biology, they, them, meaning it's kind of mixed. He, she, meaning one of the binary. You know.
Sure.
But when we apply this to God,
the girl in the dress, or the guy in the dress, or however you were trying to describe them, it sounds like they were a perfectly reasonable person to talk to, and we should be considering their opinion once we're getting down to now your views on gender.
Well, no, because if you go into conversation with you, they'll tell you their brain is incongruent with their body. That you'll face a multitude of other issues. They do believe in the truth of biology, but they don't believe the truth about biology about themselves.
Sure, God is not a father. We're using that linguistically.
No, God is a father.
Well, not biologically a father.
Yeah, not a biological father. No.
We mean in the same way that the person in the dress views themselves as a woman, the same way God is a father.
The dude in the dress. Why'd you have to say the dude?
Because that's the way you explain. I'm sorry, the person with a beard. I'm trying to do your version of it as best as I can.
Well, it's a biological man sporting a beard, a bra, and a dress, and I think we all can acknowledge what it means to sport a bra and a dress. You sport a bra because you have, boobs that you're trying to conceal and not have perverts look at, and so. Biological males wouldn't be wearing a bra, but this biological male would, because he believes that his body's incongruent with his brain, and he wishes to affirm what's in his head rather than what's biologically there.
Sure, gender dysphoria, and the way to help that is generally you transition. They generally don't have beards. That's really a straw man. They generally look like their secondary characteristics, either feminine or masculine, and we should respect those people and treat them how they like to.
Did you go on Dr. Phil? You remember the famous scene in Dr. Phil with Matt Walsh and that one transgender individual who was sporting a beard, identifying as the opposite sex?
I guess there are those individuals. I think they're a very small minority.
Yeah, I'm not saying
minority, but I will continue to say that's why I defended them. I don't understand it. You're a postmodern Christian. You understand that gender doesn't have to be tied to sex. So, God identifies as a father.
No, I do believe it. No, I mean, until 15 seconds ago, gender always ascribed to sex. I mean, hold on, really. He, she, they. He and she, these terms did identify with sex, except when we anthropomorphize it to God, which means we're applying human concepts to understand God and his role over us, and his divine order shows that men are above women, so he wouldn't be defined as a she at any point or a motherly figure. Granted, he does say that he has attributes that align with that stronger in a mother, such as a mother who cares for her child.
God doesn't like the idea of women being on top. It sounds like.
I was going to say that sounds.
Well, God made a natural order to things. It's not to say that women are slaves and subservient, but it is to say that women, and specifically when it comes to within a marriage, I mean, it's not just like every man's above you because you're a woman. It's your husband's above you. He's your protector, and what does he do? He goes and dies for you. And you're supposed to be protected by him, not in some kind of itemization, but it's literally your life. I mean, how self-absorbed does it sound to say, I don't feel heard in this conversation when your husband can be drafted and you can't.
Okay, well, maybe it should be fair and we should have equality in drafting. But once again,
no, I think that's corrupt. No, I don't think women should fight like that. To me, that's disgusting to make women defend me.
No, but you're in a cult. But let's get to the real point. That sounds like small PP syndrome.
Think-
No offense, but
So you-
trying
you
to
think
say
women
that men
well, you're-
are above women, at least let me finish the point. Trying to say that men
Okay.
above women is just superficial, arbitrary, subjective. It's your opinion. If you look at the Bible, women beat men from day one. Lilith wouldn't obey Adam, had to be taken out of the Bible. Eve, well, Adam was basically her simp, did what she wanted, got kicked out of it for it. Really, the Bible consistently has to go and find ways to wrangle up women, because generally speaking, it
I'm sorry,
isn't
what?
always natural. Yeah, they have to like kill the men and try to just take the wives, and they're like, "Hey,
So you
now we
think
have
it's
slaves."
So you'd rather the women die as well?
I would rather no one die, but an egalitarian system, yeah, I'd rather women be in the military. I think it's stupid.
No, I'm saying like when they go to siege a town, you'd rather both men and women be killed along with the children. So like everybody.
Yes, I'd rather
rather than
all
women
the
and children.
adults defend the town. That's how you protect a town. Do you just think,
Yeah.
like, oh my God, guns are coming at us, but we have breasts. Maybe we shouldn't pick up guns and fire back? Is that
Well,
what
we can
you're saying?
discuss. Well, we can discuss how you can justify these ethical claims that women should defend men.
It's humans should defend humans. War is an ugly truth of reality. That doesn't mean
Human
that
beings
we
should have defend human beings. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like I said, he's not going to. I agree.
Are you trying to separate fetus from?
Well, he is, and I think
I'm not
abortion
trying.
should
They
be
are
legal.
separate.
But the thing
Yeah,
is that you're not consistent. You're not. It's why there's no pro-life, pro-choice. That shit. You're not pro-life because you're just pro. You're anti-abortion. Just say you're anti-abortion.
I am anti-abortion. Yeah.
There we go. But that doesn't
Well,
matter.
I'm
The
not ashamed to say
Bible
that.
isn't-
You're pro-abortion. You're pro.
I am pro-abortion. That's true.
Killing babies in the womb based on size, dependency.
No,
and level of development.
I reject your false accusation of infanticide because I am not against killing babies, and I also reject your sick fantasy of putting babies.
You're not.
Back
sorry, I think you said misspoke.
Your sick fantasy of putting babies back into wombs. Nobody's doing that. It's untenable.
And the Bible has a potion
Wait,
on how to.
I think you
abort a
misspoke.
baby.
I think you said
No,
you
I
support
didn't misspoke.
killing
You
babies.
interrupted me, so you missed it.
No, you said you support killing babies. Like you support
No,
executing
I
babies.
didn't.
You said that.
I did not say
That's
that.
why I was saying you misspoke. That's why.
Okay, I said I'm opposed to infanticide. I am against the killing of babies. And
Okay.
infants and children.
Does that
I'm
include
opposed to
ones
that.
in the womb?
That's a sick fantasy that anti-abortion forced birthers put forward of putting babies back into wombs. I'm opposed to that too.
Wait, what?
Because let me finish.
Sorry.
Because it's fatal, potentially fatal, highly good chance of a very high chance of putting babies back into wombs is going to kill the womb owner, and kill the baby. They're too big.
I don't even. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about.
You just mentioned putting babies back into wombs, and I rejected that because it's a ridiculous, sick fantasy.
No, I never even said anything about putting babies back in the wombs.
Well, why are you talking about babies in wombs? How are they getting there?
Yeah, I was asking. You're against infanticide. I'm asking, what about the infant in the womb?
There's no infants in wombs. There's no babies in wombs. There's fetuses, zygotes, and embryos, but they're not.
Okay, so when we talk about scientific terms, do you know why doctors, when they have children, they actually teach, and I've learned through certain circles, this is actually a consistent trend. They teach their children Latin as the second language. Like, do you know why that is?
I did not know that was happening. Of all the doctors I know, I don't know any of them who are doing Latin, and certainly not teaching their kids.
Well, no,
Maybe it's different here in
all
Canada.
doctors are doing Latin for a reason. All medical sciences are based on the Latin. Like
Okay,
all
there's
the
Latin
terminology
history
that's in medical
terminology, yes.
sciences.
There's a lot of etymology that
So
comes
when we
from
talk about what a fetus is, if we refer back to the Latin etymology and the meaning that the word actually holds, it means child, infant, baby.
Once again, this is a pointless exercise. Does
I'm
the
using
baby
English.
go-
I'm not using Latin.
Does
So.
the baby
Doctors
go
are
right
using
to
Latin though.
heaven?
All medical terminology
Are
is
you a
based
doctor?
on the Latin.
Are you a doctor?
No, I'm not a doctor, but I'm using their
Okay, why are you
terminology.
using that term then? You're trying to derail the conversation? You can't defend your position. That's why you're doing this.
No, we're both using the terminology. When we say fetus, we're using doctor terminology, and it's based on the original Latin. All medical terminology is based on the Latin etymology.
So is the entire English language.
Okay, like I said,
But I'm just saying when it comes to
When the baby dies, doesn't matter. I
I'm
don't care.
sorry.
You can say, I don't care if you're saying in the womb, outside the womb. It doesn't matter. Does it go right to heaven?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You're against infanticide, but I'm talking about the infants in the womb.
No, I'm saying
Those aren't infants.
the position is still that
They
God
are. According
likes
to the Latin, they
killing
are.
babies. I don't understand why you don't like killing babies. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Your God loves it, so I'm trying to figure out why you don't love it.
Wait, what do you mean? Killing? Okay, so I'm
as in
against
every
humans
chance that-
unjustly. I'm against humans unjustly taking the life of other humans in general. It's deemed vigilantism when not vindicated by the law, such as in cases of self-defense.
Want them going
but when it
straight
comes
to heaven?
Well, sure, yeah, I believe wholeheartedly infants go straight to heaven because they've not reached the age of accountability as displayed in the Bible.
So it's actually, from your logic, the best idea that we kill babies. If we sit here all day, every day,
No,
and
I have not said that at all. I've actually been opposed to that.
Let's run the experiment. Hold on. If we just
I'm
sit
opposed to
here
it.
all day, every day, kill babies, are we just sending them right up to heaven before the age of accountability?
Yeah, but I already told you I'm opposed.
Problem solved.
I'm opposed
Exactly.
to humans unjustly taking other humans' lives
Why? It seems like we're doing a really
because
just
God said
thing.
so. That's why I have a reason as to why I say things, and I've been wondering this whole time. Why do you say that humans shouldn't unjustly, in your view, unjustly take the lives of other humans?
I could go into a whole spiel. Do you want me to talk about my morality? But then eventually I'm going to come back to why God liked killing
Yeah,
babies.
what's the foundation of your morality,
All right,
though? Is it based on you because you said so?
My foundation of my morality has 2 objective standards and 3 subjective metrics. Biology and consciousness are universal in all, and I mean all, moral situations. They apply. And then we have 3 subjective human standards that seem to apply to situations, and that is fairness, kindness, and empathy. I'm open to tweaking, modifying, but within these 2 standards and 3 metrics, that is morality.
Okay, so who says that I have to respect your biology and be fair with you?
Who says that you have to respect my? No, you don't have to be moral. We're not talking about why should you be moral. We're talking about
so this is not universal. These aren't universal principles. It's principles for some and not for others. Like some that decide to pick it up.
Well, could you give me an example then?
Like, for example, when we talk about how a child molester should treat a child, and you'd say, I guarantee you'd probably say, yeah, you absolutely should never sexually abuse a child in any sort of fashion. But at the same time, you're holding another presupposition. It's not universal.
What?
You're going to tell that individual, but it may not apply to you. You have to kind of pick it up and agree with me.
Can I ask?
We may have a physical altercation, and it might make right, but at the same time, it might make right. And I assume that proposition. Technically, the child molester, who's the mightiest in this relationship, is right to abuse a child.
Can we pause? Maybe you misheard, because biology is a universal, all categories. So would you like to reframe your question?
Well, I did ask, what's the standard that says I got to respect your biology?
Sure, you don't have to. You keep on asking why be
That's
moral.
what I'm saying. They don't have to. That's what you just said.
You can be immoral. Yes, that I don't understand why you're asking that though. I mean, no.
So it's not an absolute position that this doesn't apply to everyone.
Well, it does, but I would like, if you could give me an example, then maybe we could talk about it. You not being moral doesn't mean that it doesn't apply to everyone. It means you are taking a universal principle and ignoring it.
Okay, what's this universal principle, and how do you know of it?
Because in looking at moral situations, these are the ones that we have discovered. If you could give me an example, maybe a counter in which biology. So I'll give you for an example. Okay. Do you think that abortion? Hold on, just give me a second. Do you think that abortion has nothing to do with biology? We can talk about abortion.
Oh, it definitely does. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, that's what ethics.
That's what ethics. On board right away with my morality. See how easy that is.
No, ethics have all to do with how bioorganisms treat one another. That's all ethics. It has everything to do with how we as stardust bump into other stardust. I'm asking you what's wrong with stardust bumping into other stardust in a certain fashion.
Can you explain how this? I'm assuming you're saying stardust as in carbon life form. So what is the carbon life form doing when they bump into
well, yeah. So in one case, the carbon life form could be feeding the homeless man, or in another case, he could be eating the homeless man.
Okay, which do you think is more biologically fair, empathetic, and kind? Do you think if we give him food, or do you think if we eat him?
We skipped something, though. Where do you get this idea that we have to be fair?
Because it's one of my 3 moral metrics.
Yeah, but where do you get the idea that it's universal and it has to? Like, I have to be fair with you.
So it's a subjective metric. We've transformed from biology and consciousness, and now we're dealing with subjective elements. We're going to have to look at the situation.
So they're arbitrary. They're not universal.
That's what the word. Do you know what the word subjective means?
Yeah. It's to you, not really anybody else. It's in your mind. And I'm just wondering, are you the absolute authority on ethics? Are you able to determine what every other human should and should not do?
No, and neither is God.
But once again,
well, categorically, God is in the position to do it because he created humans with a purpose, just like a car manufacturer creates a car.
No.
Okay.
Because you
can say no, but
just because you
justify that to me.
engineered or created something doesn't mean you can decide what it does morally, ethically, etc.
We form kids. We can't beat them
it does.
just because we can't beat and rape children just because we made them. No, and no.
Okay, so the engineers
ultimately
the engineers who created the residential schools where children got molested en masse, they're responsible for that?
No, they would be held responsible according to God's law, because when it comes, I'm saying this, there's multiple levels of authority. In my epistemology, I can consistently hold this view that there are authorities, but these authorities have another authority. Ultimately, they have to take into account God. When you go into court and you say, "So help me God," you're affirming whatever you say in court. God's going to judge you on the last day for that.
I've never said that in court. I've been in court multiple times. I've never said that.
It's done less. But at the original founding of this country, I'd say about 20 years ago, universally everybody was doing it. Until people started catching on about the origins.
I've never referenced God, but in the court. But nonetheless, your position is ridiculous. That people who built the building that got used for abusive things are responsible for those abusive things. That is one of the most ridiculous positions I've heard so far.
Well, you think it's ridiculous to hold people who built a building responsible? Oh! Are you saying engineers? I'm sorry. Are you saying the engineers?
I said the people who engineered.
Okay, I'm thinking like Nazis and Auschwitz type of deal.
I said the people who engineered and built the buildings, like the residential schools where children were molested en masse, would they be responsible for those child molestations that other people did? And you said yes. So you're actually clarifying, no, they're not responsible. And then therefore, they don't have authority because they created it to decide the moral stuff that goes on in it, right?
Yeah. That's why I said we're thinking in categories here. When it applies to God and he prescribes, he prescribes something to humans, he has the absolute authority to prescribe what's done to humans. Now, when somebody sells a building, they can make house rules.
Because he created humans, he gets to decide what happens to humans.
Okay.
I disagree with that.
Okay. So there's a difference between the people who are actual laborers and the person who owns the building with the laborers. The person who owns the building does make the rules in that building. He can do whatever he wants, and he can sell it off. He can go and sell it off.
You're moving the goalpost. It's
not moving a goalpost. I know you're trying to obfuscate.
I didn't say anything about ownership.
Okay, well, I'm saying, look, you have to realize when we're talking about the person who builds the building, I'm not going to hold the people who physically built the building responsible for what goes on in that building.
And they don't get
I will hold responsible.
Used for either.
Wait, what?
They don't necessarily get to say what the building was used for is going to be used for.
No, because their only job categorically, their position, their authority in this is just you have the authority to build the building.
So
now the person who has the authority, to determine what happens in that building is the owner of the building, not the builder, the owner of the building.
So you see the problem with your argument. You're saying God created people, so therefore he can decide what people can do with their lives.
Because he's the owner. He's the owner, dude.
Well, then why are you saying? Okay. Then why are you bothering to bring up creation at all? That's a diversion tactic. Just say he's the owner.
No, not only is it a diversion tactic, I said I was going to bring it back. So who's the creator of the fetus, the baby, whatever you want to call it?
Yeah, ultimately, all these things work by the power of Jesus sustaining it consistently. So, yeah,
No Jesus
Jesus
involved.
ultimately Jesus is still the origin, the creator. Nothing can go on without Jesus. Jesus establishes this.
No longer the
Now-
mother. It's
Okay.
now Jesus delivering the baby.
So
Jesus is still God.
father.
I mean,
I am
I'm
a
just
father.
saying he's a person of the Trinity, but he's still God.
I am a father, and I can assure you, Jesus. Nobody named Jesus had anything to do with the creation of my kids.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. I was there.
How do you know?
I just told you I was there.
Well, sure. I could tell you I was there to any situation and say somebody else was not involved with this act. Like I can literally say
Exactly.
the guy I saw kill somebody. I can say I was there. That guy didn't kill that person. Anybody can say anything they want.
Welcome to
I'm asking, how do you know? How do you have certainty
Okay,
that
so
there is no
I'm
God?
not-
There's more than sky above you.
I'm gonna refer you to the sex education classes in elementary schools where they teach about conception for human beings, because I think that will explain everything. I don't need to go into all that.
Yeah, and there's a ton of presuppositions that the sex class is going to hold. And one of the things that they're going to omit from their epistemology is that Jesus is the necessary being to sustain all these systems.
But they never taught that in sex education classes that I
Yeah, I
remember.
know they've not taught that in sex education. I get it. You guys
know
are secular
why?
Romans.
Do you know why? Because it's not part of the situation. That's it.
No, because
Not how
it's a
reality
secular
works.
area.
No,
You've
it's
done a
not how
lot of
reality
legwork
works.
to secularize the schools. I mean, that goes on.
Well
I mean,
in helping
people
to educate
notably gotten
kids,
dumber.
But can I also ask why
What?
a
Really?
necessary being isn't involved in physics? In fact, there's only two areas that a necessary being exists: philosophy and then really theology.
Well, I heard earlier from Taco that the necessary being was quantum fields, right?
That is, I'm not sure if he's back, but I will say that.
Would you affirm that?
No, I do not believe that there is a necessary being, and I will. There's a difference in that.
I'm surprised you let him run that argument because quantum fields are it's an observational field from the current system that we're in. So this is just a serious abuse of science, and I think he's trying to run on people's ignorance. Like, it's silly, and you guys should call him out for it. You probably should tell him, hey, this argument's inconsistent, and somebody who's intelligent.
I was dealing with
what's
something
up?
on the back end. Sorry about that. So, the universal quantum field is simply a metaphysical extension of quantum field theory.
Okay, really quick, can you identify what a quantum field is?
It's a field of energy, right? Matter is going to be perturbations of the quantum field, right?
Okay, what does it mean to be a field of energy, though?
It's just the most fundamental form of it, right? Waves of energy, basically. It's waves, right?
Okay, so quantum fields are just part of a broader framework called quantum field theory, though.
The universal quantum field is simply a metaphysical extension of quantum field theory, and it's highly supported by quantum field theory.
Universal quantum field. Are there actual papers on that term specifically? Universal quantum field?
There's a bunch of metaphysical extensions off of it. I don't know if they call it exactly that.
Okay. Yeah, but it's all dependent on quantum field theory, which is just a theoretical framework that describes the behavior of particles and forces. It's a description of what happens to the physical world. It's not something that's manifested.
Is it not FIP though?
Wait, what? No, these particles do exist, but that's what quantum field theory is. It's an observational. It's an observational field. It's not substantive.
FIP though, the particles are. Oops. So
it's a non-substantive field that you're talking about.
Interrupting me. So the particles are simply perturbations of the quantum field. The particles are part of the field.
It's us being able to observe on a quantum level of particles that are there. They're not like on some. They're not in the 17th dimension outside of space-time. Because
that's not what I'm saying.
we're observing them.
I'm saying the
But
most
that's what you're
fundamental
implying.
subject of
I heard your
reality is
debate with the other
universal
guy.
Quantum field.
The universal quantum field. Okay, when you say universal quantum field, what is that emphasizing? When you talk about field theory in general, what is it? Is it substantive or is it a tool of observation?
It's describing real things that exist.
Yeah, real things that exist. Yes. Yeah. Are they physical?
Everything is physical.
So you're a physicalist. So you don't believe that the universe came from a non-substantive, a non-physical, well, let's just say substantive, but non-physical substance. You believe that it came from a physical substance from
according
eternity
to the
past.
stuff from stuff principle, that would be the only assumption we could make, right?
Yeah, stuff from stuff.
So 100% of our observations confirm that everything in existence arises from pre-existing stuff.
From something.
Nothing
Yeah.
spontaneously forms from nothing, right?
But we have different justifiers.
Extending from that, given that all observed phenomena arise from pre-existing stuff, it is highly probable that the current state of the universe followed the same pattern and arose from pre-existing stuff.
Yeah. Well, so I'd agree, except in one fashion. I'm saying that we came from a substance, let's just say a substance that is personable, that is eternal, that is non-physical, something that does not depend on the quantum fields existing.
So my argument proves that false, right?
Wait, why does your argument prove that there is no being such as that? Because what you're saying, what your argument is an argument of conjecture. You're just saying what if. This is an alternative option.
You're gonna fucking deal with my argument, or I'm gonna mute you.
Quantum fields are physical, by the way. Donald C. in our audience has indicated this.
So, premise one: if the universe exists, it must have a necessary being or principle that explains its existence, right? And so this is going to be grounded in the principle of sufficient reason. Premise two: the universe exists. Right? This is just empirical observation. Premise three: the universal quantum field is identified as this necessary being. And as I explained earlier, it is fundamental. It is the self-sustaining reality that underlies all physical phenomena. It is not dependent on anything else for its existence and provides the foundation for existence, matter, energy, and space and time. It fulfills the role described in premise one, the necessary being role.
When you talk about quantum fields, are you talking about a field of observation? Because that is what we're talking about when we talk about quantum fields. It's like looking at a piece of grass, and then it's like looking on the quantum level at the same piece of grass.
I very clearly described this to you over and over and told you this. At this point, there's no going forwards if you're not going to engage with the argument.
Let's go forward.
Imagine if I said you claim your God is non-physical, so it doesn't exist, right? Instead of actually engaging and presenting an argument, right?
Yeah.
You would be very
I'm not
disappointed.
saying. Okay, that's a strong. Okay, that's not even my argument against you. I'm not saying quantum fields don't exist. I'm saying
your God was
your
argumentation does not exist because it's non-physical. What would you say?
I'm sorry, what? If you
I
said
your
what?
God is non-physical and does not exist because it's non-physical, what would you say?
That's an assertion. You don't have evidence for non-physical things not existing. It's an argument based on ignorance.
Demonstrated, right? So no. So it would not be an argument from ignorance. You would claim black swan probably, and then I would say provide one non-physical thing, and you couldn't do it, right? And so that's the point I'm making, right? So you're just
I can provide one non-physical thing.
To the side and saying something really indecisive. Except my position is actually true, right? So like the quantum fields are physical things that exist, and you're saying
I can provide something non-physical.
Mathematical constructs. What I'm saying is they're physical things that exist. They're the underlying
a mathematical construct,
reality. And then the metaphysical extension from that is the universal quantum field, which is also backed by quantum field theory. You're just saying nonsense trying to obfuscate because you can't actually deal with the argument.
a mathematical. Just a note out. Just a note out. That was a straw man. That was a straw man.
It embodies all the
okay, what you said was you asserted. If you asked me for
the universal quantum field embodies all the key attributes of necessary beings presented by pretty much every theologian, right? So aseity, the universal quantum field, is self-sustaining, existing by necessity. Eternality, it transcends time, existing eternally, without beginning or end. Immutability, the universal quantum field is changeless in its fundamental nature. Simplicity, it is a unified, indivisible reality, not composed of parts. Omnipotence, the universal quantum field is the source of all power and potential within the universe. Omniscience, it contains complete information about the universe, governing all physical phenomena. Omnipresence, the universal quantum field permeates all space and time, ensuring no part of the universe is beyond its influence. Perfect goodness, reflected in the universal quantum field's role in the emergence of life and the harmony of nature.
Atheist preaching.
Independence, the universal quantum field is independent, existing without reliance on anything else. Perfection, the universal quantum field is a complete and sufficient explanation that fully explains and sustains the universe. Sorry, that's the explanation.
Rob, man, brother.
Hey, Taco, the minute you mute me, the conversation ends. If you do that again. But
I'll mute you.
I do want you to not. I do. Okay, well, I would have liked equal respect in that area then. So when we talk about quantum fields, and I'd like to first not have you gish gallop over this. So one thing that you tried to say and get away with was if I asked you for something non-physical, you would not be able to provide it. But I can provide something non-physical. Quantum theory. Quantum field theory. It's non-physical, non-substantive. It's a theoretical. It's a theoretical. What do you call this? Theoretical thought. Essentially, it's a. How should I put it?
Looking for the word abstraction?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you looking for the word abstraction?
No, I'm thinking framework. It's a theoretical framework. That's what quantum field theory is. It's a theoretical framework, meaning it's non-physical. It's completely abstract. And so for you to say that I cannot provide something non-physical is a lie. You just try to say it and get away with it.
So
would you still stand by that?
So I'm anomalous. I totally disagree with what you're saying there.
Anomalous, meaning
stuff doesn't exist like you're saying it exists. There's no
nothing exists.
Concreteness to there's no concreteness to it.
So quantum field theory doesn't exist.
They don't actually exist. Well,
so quantum field theory, the thing that you're trying to justify your whole worldview by, doesn't exist.
My position anymore. I'm going to kick you. You're going to fucking listen. Holy shit, that is so frustrating. How dare you do that? You've strawman my position like 15 times here. That is not okay. If it happens again, you're off the stage. Do you understand me?
No, I understand you, and I agree. We shouldn't strawman each other. We should give equal respect in representing our opponents.
Shut up for a moment. So, anomalous, saying abstract concepts do not exist, does not mean mathematics is not a tool that we can use. Do not strawman the position. Again, I was very clear about that, and you strawman my position. How dare you?
So
we've been doing
do the laws of arithmetic exist?
Frustrating. Have a real conversation and stop this deceitful bullshit.
It's not deceitful. I'm saying there are abstract things that are non-physical that do exist, like the laws of arithmetic, which mathematics depends on.
Address that with nominalism.
Okay, so isn't nominalism, isn't that a framework as well? That's abstract, an abstract framework.
I'm not doing all this nonsense. I'm presenting an argument. If you disagree with me, I don't give a fuck at this point. You've been strawmanning me over and over. I'm presenting an argument. Nominalism probably is the case, and that's the position that I hold. And you're just making claims about nonsense. I asked you to demonstrate a non-physical thing that exists. You present fucking concepts, which as anomalists
you provided a self
do not exist. You're just doing like some external nonsense that's unprovable. Everything you're saying is totally unfalsifiable and nonsensical.
Well, talk it.
That is the Platonist position for concepts. It's totally nonsense and unfalsifiable, made up horseshit, right?
You're right.
And
Tucker,
that's
to be
what I'm
fair,
saying about your position. And so, rather than saying abstract concepts, which we have a way of explaining much more coherently with nominalism, exist as a non-physical thing, why don't you actually provide like a non-physical thing?
Okay,
that we can agree
yeah,
upon.
yeah. I mean, I did provide non-physical things. Even your abstract theoretical thought, nominalism. It's a theoretical framework. It's not physical. It's non-physical. Your position, your philosophical position on non-physical things non-existing.
So I already addressed all of this. You're just repeating yourself, so I have to address it again. I'm not addressing the same thing over and over. Are we going to engage with the argument, or are you going to keep talking about stuff that I've already addressed and make me do a loop-de-loop for you? I'm not doing loop-de-loops for you. We got other people that want to come up.
Okay, do you admit your abstract position on nominalism is something that exists?
Concepts do not exist in the way that you're saying exist.
In the way that I'm saying they exist? What do you mean? In the way that I'm saying, like, I do agree they don't physically exist. You can't touch it, taste it, smell it.
Are merely labels and things that we use to describe patterns and behaviors and ways to address things, right? They're not things that actually have existence, right? They're just ways that we use
they're
to
non-physical
describe
existence. Yeah, I think we're just at an impasse because I would say laws of logic, laws of arithmetic, even your position on nominalism exists.
Don't you dare overtalk me again. I very clearly explained how your position is incoherent. And so I'm saying, because your position is incoherent there, I can't accept any of this nonsense that you're saying about abstract concepts existing non-physically, right? And so I'm asking you, can you provide something that we can both agree upon that actually exists non-physically?
Yeah, well, I could say God, but I'll include your position on nominalism. Dude, you can't just dismiss it. And
I'm doing that.
Fun conversation, though.
What's up, Semet?
It's over. Yeah, he got into all this quantum stuff, and then he also touched on abortion, and he just loves the controversy, I think.
He just kept commenting. I'm just not doing it.
Yeah. I will say, welcome, Sesmets. Thank you for joining us. How are you today? I think you're probably going to be our last guest because we're running close to the end of time here. We got another 10 minutes or 15 minutes we can go on for. What's on your mind today?
I'm thinking about anti-natal.
Anti what?
I assume he was going to say
Antinatalism,
which would be he's against.
Oh, I was hearing antimatter, so I'm hearing differently than you guys. You're probably correct. I have dyslexic hearing. Literally.
So like if a person grows up to be an old person and they die of agonizing cancer, maybe it would be better if they'd been aborted, right?
I disagree.
What is it that you're asking?
I'm asking if it's correct to if it does more harm to abort a fetus or if it does more harm for the fetus to be born.
That's actually the decision of the pregnant person at the time, because it's their body that is at risk of serious damage or possibly a fatal outcome of dying from pregnancy. It is not uncommon for people to die as a result of being pregnant. It is
Randolph,
not uncommon for them to have
asking you
lifelong
the
health
other way.
problems.
He's asking the opposite. He's saying, if people are going to end up dying, why shouldn't we just kill everyone or abort them to begin with?
Well, that's one interpretation of what I said. Yeah.
Okay, what would be the correct interpretation? Like make it simple for us.
Well,
I'm not quite
I'm
clear on what
saying
you're
that
asking.
if the person being born, it results in them dying a very painful death, right? Then it'd be better if they weren't born.
Yeah, I guess you could make that judgment after the fact, but that's why are you bringing up this topic?
It's a position called antinatalism, and I'm
Okay,
wondering.
are you in favor of antinatalism?
Tentatively, yes.
Okay, why do you think that would be justified? Because it's very difficult to predict the future. Obviously, we can't go back in time and change things. So how would this be a realistic position to hold?
Well, what's unrealistic about it?
The fact that you can't go back in time and induce an abortion.
Results in extreme pain, right?
Sure, but you can't go back in time and induce an abortion. So you can only judge this painful. Somebody died painfully after they've died or while they're dying.
And I could.
They obviously have to be born first before any of that would be possible. So the only way you could prevent and correct that would be to go back in time and induce an abortion before they're born. Time travel, as far as I know, is not a realistic possibility.
Sorry if it seems I'm not listening. You keep cutting out for me. I don't know what it is. I think it's on my end.
Probably, I'll repeat it again. Like, in order for somebody to suffer a painful death, they must be alive. And in order for them to be alive as an individual person who can suffer that, they must be born first. So the only way you could remedy that problem in an anti-natalist paradigm would be to go back in time and induce an abortion before they're born. How is that realistic? Like, that's why I think antinatalism is an unrealistic idea.
Why would it require time travel? Wouldn't it just require it be better to not give birth to people?
That would be a preventive move for that, I guess. Are you promoting that idea?
Yes.
Okay. And is it only because somebody might suffer? That's why you're promoting that?
Yes. Well, they might suffer so much that it makes it not worth for them to be born.
Oh, okay. So, throughout our lives, we have a whole array of experiences, going from wonderful experiences to terrible experiences, horrific experiences. And some people have reached more extreme ends of that spectrum than others. Since you're just kind of, it sounds like you're gambling. It's like these people who favor Pascal's wager to say, if you're familiar with Pascal's wager, Pascal's gambit, where they say if you don't believe in God, you could end up in hell. If you do believe in God, and then there's actually 4 different positions they go over. I'm not being clear on that because it's a bit of a deviation, but it is a form of gambling, and it sounds like you're trying to play the odds or something. And how do you calculate the probability of somebody having extreme suffering at death before they're born?
Well, it seems that even if the chance is really low for someone to suffer an extreme amount, it still seems right to not give birth to them, right?
Are you thinking that this should be something that all of society adopts, or do you think it just be an individual choice? Because I'm okay with that being an individual choice.
I think it would be a good thing if all of society adopts it.
Okay.
That's my current position.
All right. And if people don't follow antinatalism in such a society, would that be okay, or would there be some sort of punishment?
Definitely not a punishment. I think that would be another kind of suffering that I wouldn't want to impinge.
Good. Okay, so how could a society adopt this as a standard practice then?
They'd have to become convinced of the truth of it.
Yeah, and it's a gambling proposition by the sounds to me. So I'm wondering, how can somebody determine prior to birth that their offspring is going to suffer an extremely horrific or painful death? How do you calculate that?
Well, I think you go by statistics, and if by statistics it seems that people are dying extremely painful deaths quite often, then it would mean that it was wrong to give birth to the person.
But do you think that the prenatal solution is kind of blunt, as opposed to perhaps figuring out why it is people are suffering that way, and then trying to come up with a solution to alleviate that and prevent that. Like,
well, that would be even better.
oh, okay.
Also,
Actually, we
Well,
can do
thank
that. We can do that. If we notice somebody's on their deathbed and they're suffering, we can anesthetize them, and then they won't suffer. So we actually do have a viable solution for that.
Yes, that would be even better if we could just.
Well, and that
cut out
is
again.
what I just want to say.
Would
That
also be painful experiences throughout life that hopefully we'll be able to prevent.
So I have some painful experiences throughout my life. I'll give a simple one that probably a lot of people could relate to. I've broken an arm, I've broken a toe, people have broken different bones. I've had dental surgery. That's not particularly pleasant either. It includes some pain. Thanks to anesthetic, I had a lot less pain than if I didn't, but modern progress, woo. But seriously though, this is part of my life experience. I didn't like it at the time, but once I was through it, now I know what it feels like. This helps me when I'm to understand and relate to other people when they have a broken bone, and then I can help them. And I know that they're in pain. I know what it feels like. It's easier for me to have a sense of empathy for what they're going through. I can see advantages and benefits to having painful experiences as well as the happy experiences. I think both of them add value to our lives. And I'm wondering, do you agree with this, or do you think that people should be more like on a hedonistic favor?
Pardon?
or
I
would you
can't
rather
hear you.
be
You
on?
broke. You disappeared. Could
Would
you
you
try again?
rather be on a hedonistic favor? Are you more towards helping others or going towards pleasure? Is what he's asking.
Oh, well, I think it's important to reduce harm, is what I think.
To reduce harm. That's a pretty vague statement. I'm sure there are masochists out there that would disagree with you right off the bat. Could you
But
be
I
more
think
specific?
I think that because they gain pleasure from their pain, then they're not really suffering in the same way that someone who doesn't like pain would, right?
Then you don't understand what it is that they're interested in.
Why is that?
Because it's the pain that they want.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that they're not suffering in the same way as someone who doesn't want pain, right?
Sure, yeah, but they want the suffering. That's not pleasure. They don't take pleasure in that. They want the suffering. Like that, there's to turn around and say that's pleasure. You're just saying they're not being truthful about what they're asking for.
Well, I'd say that they're experiencing pain but not suffering is what I would say.
No. The masochist wants that experience of suffering, not just the pain. They want the suffering that goes with it.
Let's just take a very simple example, Seth Metz. Is it ethical for me to give you a surprise birthday present?
I like where this is going.
Are you still there?
I think he's having some connectivity issues.
Seth Metz, tell us when you're back. It's a shame. Well, we can just do the experiment until he comes back anyway. If it's ethical for me to give you a surprise birthday present, then it seems like you don't have in principle a prohibition against giving people a benefit they don't prior consent to, as long as you believe in a hypothetical consent principle. In other words, and David Benatar writes a lot about this non-antinatalism stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And even he will affirm the hypothetical consent principle. If you can hypothetically give someone a benefit, and you have every reason to believe that it's more a benefit than a detriment, then you're entitled to try to do that to benefit the other person. Now, if I give you the surprise birthday present, and it turns out that it's not the kind of birthday present that you wanted, I'm not unethical just because I turned out to be wrong, right? Now, even if we were to say that, like, on average, surprise birthday presents are less likely to be appreciated than Amazon wish list gifts, which are predicted and consented to in advance, right? It still would not make me unethical just for giving you a surprise birthday present that you can't Amazon wish list in advance. So there's no, like, in principle, like, logically valid argument for antinatalism for the same reason that there's no reason you can't give people surprise birthday presents. And in fact, the expected utility of every individual at any given moment is they do not want to die in the next moment. So for the vast majority of an entire person's existence, they don't want to die, right? So the supposed goal of antinatalism, which is to prevent suffering by having people not live, is not a goal that any living person wants. But it's like some hypothetical goal that you're imagining no one wants to suffer so much that they would be willing to deal with nasty surprises, mixed in with the good parts, in which 100% of the time they want to keep on living, right? So it's like me saying, if I could give you a surprise birthday present every day when you wake up, every day you're like, oh, I'm glad that I'm alive, right? And there's going to be some days where you don't feel like that, where you're like, oh man, another surprise birthday present. Not today. Today is just not a day where I'm in the mood for it. But the vast majority of all people, even people who are suffering, whose lives are going poorly, even people who have nasty lives at the end, are on a hedonic treadmill of hedonic equilibrium where they redefine what is good and bad. People in poorer societies, on average, are often happier than those in richer societies because the richer societies are more neurotic about wanting more expensive things and comparing themselves to each other and so on, supposedly. So it's not the case that people are suffering, even in a very difficult world, to the point where they don't want to get the surprise birthday present of life every single day, or at least the vast majority of all days.
Well, I think that it just depends how much how intense the suffering is, right? It could be so intense.
People have different tolerances to pain as well and suffering. Sorry, you disappeared again.
I'm saying I think I'm having connection issues. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, we're thinking the same.
We don't disagree that there are people who have very intense suffering. And we already covered the fact that, like, if a person doesn't want to suffer during their death, they're totally entitled to end it without suffering in a medically induced fashion, and many people choose to do that. So all kinds of sufferings are optional, and people have bodily autonomy to decide what kind of suffering that they will consent to.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't really have the job of deciding that everyone else is going to not be glad to experience the thing that they want to keep having for every day that they're alive, other than, occasional days or months or years where they're not feeling so well, which, many of us go through at one or two points in our lives. But despite that, most of us choose to get through those and continue simply because the good vastly outweighs the bad, just like getting presents is nicer than getting no presents.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do think it just depends how intense the suffering is. And if you can opt out of it, and if you can just be anesthetized or something, then that would be the perfect solution, right? It'd be better to be born and then to get anesthetized when you die. But so I think the question is that an option, right?
In civilized societies, the option of having a blissful death by choice at the time of your choosing is becoming an option.
Mm-hmm. Well, good talking with you guys. I think
one thing before you go.
Yeah.
Like, intensity of suffering is a subjective thing. So, and pain. So some people can tolerate more or others less. That would seem to me like a very difficult thing to be able to regulate in a society. How much is acceptable?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
do you agree or disagree or?
I do think it'd be hard to regulate. Yes.
Yeah. Your position seems untenable to me. Interesting to discuss, though.
Yeah, I'd stay longer, but I think my connection's having too many problems.
Can I just?
Your timing's just right because we're just ending. Go ahead, Amy. Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to build off what you guys were saying. An anti-natalist position. I think that thinking that we can, or that we just get off the ride, and focusing on what could be, as Randolph said, only a chance of a very horrible death, I think misses the journey that is life. And that is, for much of life, as conscious creatures, we have joyful experiences. We have family, and we have friends, and we have loved ones. And we, for the most of it, have good lives. I think in these times, even though it doesn't always feel like it, because there's always shit that's going on. However, we live in some of the best possible times because of technology and medicine. And just because the ride ends doesn't mean that we shouldn't get on the ride. In fact, sometimes some might be a little bit crazy if the roller coaster went on forever. Sometimes what makes it fun is that we are able to go and it eventually ends. We just want a dignified one, and as Randolph also said, we want to work to cure those problems. We don't want people to die a horrible death, even if death is an inevitable thing. We should use science and try and make it the most humane as possible and help people in need so we can live a good life.
Thank you, says Mr.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much for your time today and for raising this topic. I think we're coming to the end of our show here. Did anybody have final things they wanted to add to this before we continue with that?
I'm sorry for it. Always feels like I am interrupting, and so I'm sorry if I talked over anybody. I really mean well.
No, it doesn't feel like that at all. So that's just your brain playing tricks on you. Don't worry about it.
It's got a fun show.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the end we got into some pretty some controversial topics, and I think it went well. Ajax, did you have some thoughts on things or other information you'd like to add that would have been helpful in some of the discussions that were going on?
Well, I was only able to listen for most of today, but I enjoyed the show, and just want to say I encourage everyone to think about someone in their life or possibly a life that they want to create, and give the best possible surprise presents and good things to all those that they care about or want to create and care about around them.
Yep, and one easy gift that you can give is blood donation. So many of the blood donation places, if you happen to have tainted blood, things have changed where they can still make arrangements to take a donation from you, because even tainted blood can be used for medical research. If they know what the taints are, what the problems are, they can do research in a way that can still be helpful. And then they're not having to take from good blood supply. So there's less demand on the system that way. So you can still end up helping indirectly the people who need actually good blood. So do consider blood donation if you can. If you're not sure, you also would probably be good to talk to your family physician about it to make sure that this is something that you're in a good state of health to do. But I encourage that. Sorry?
Play the Tainted Blood song to get yourself all hyped up about it. It's a fantastic song.
I have to look into that one. I've not heard of that. But thank you, everybody. Really appreciate you all being here. I am just going to mention our sponsors here. It's very important. The Politics Discord at I think it's discord.gg/politics is the website address for getting to this Discord guild. It is they are fantastic. They've been making sure that we have a stage that and they've got Taco self-managing it, which is fantastic. They really accommodate us well. We're very happy with that. They bring this wonderful audience to us, all these great people coming in, having wonderful things to say, and a few people here to cause trouble. It's an interesting mixture. We're getting the best of all worlds, I think, and do appreciate everybody's contributions to the conversations here. Thank you very much. Also, the other sponsor is Canadian Atheists that takes care of the website. You can find out more about the website at www.theisthelpline.com, and there are links to our sponsors in there too. If you want to find out more about the hosts, there is a section under About that if you go to click on the About link, About Us, it will tell you everything about the various hosts and what our YouTube channels and other social media links are, should you want to follow us in other venues as well. Thank you, everybody, for being here, and again, really appreciate it and hope you have a wonderful weekend. Take care.
Bye.
Yeah, everyone.
All right, y'all. And that is good because I probably should go do some grading, and some other fun stuff myself. It was fun, though. I enjoyed the topics. Hopefully, I'll get those down in the title description. But send some love at the end, and I'll show you up on screen. It has been a lovely time having the conversation. I'm sorry about that mute for that little bit of time. What happened was I was using a wired headset, and I was charging for like 2 or 3 hours, my wireless one. And I'm like, oh, it's been 2 or 3 hours. So I had to go in there and change it. And I think I did that on the screen share. And yet I now know that that may change it. But your system is like, hey, we're looking for that other headset so we can share the sound. So when I changed it to the new one, that worked. But I love you all. Send love to James W., to all of you at the Skeptic and Ranting community, our mods who make the stream so great. Please don't forget to like, follow, share, hit that bell icon to all, and to keep on being skeptical, y'all. We'll see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night. Mwah.